All right, what's happening, everybody? Hillbilly Heart in the house. What's happening? Good to see y'all showing up. This is Paranormal Discussion Part 2 on the BOOMA Community Streama number 46. And we got, some of the regular cast, and then we got a new one with Monica. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Hey, doing pretty good.
Good.
A little nervous.
All right. This is your first time. So it's all good. We'll all understand. Welcome everybody that's in the chat. I'm gonna get this out on I think I need to put it on the Telegram. But if you guys just want to say hi, whoever, you guys have done this before. Charley, Heather, Crystal.
Hey y'all.
Hey guys. We brought the boogada stories today.
Right. I'm gonna send this out.
The bad, and the ugly.
I'll just be in the background going, wow.
Ooh. Well, I know, right? When we get new people, and then we start to get to see, more than a username. It's kind of fun, right? That's what community is all about. All right.
Now we get to see the adventures of the Booma at Monica's house.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
Cool.
And
yeah,
got one in Spain too.
I was talking to Liz and told her I think I might do an unboxing video for you guys.
That'd be awesome.
Ooh, that would be great.
Yeah.
So we could at this point do a Zoom with Boo, and then D Hippie San over in Spain, and then Monica's, and there could be just the dolls, and we could have voices and stuff. We could do a recording where we have a Zoom where
I love it.
All the Booma dolls are chatting, and then eventually
I couldn't believe Miss Cajones has a gong. I was like, that's amazing.
I
was like, no.
It's like the size of her doll.
It's funny because I call her Miss Cajones too, and it's Miss Cajones, but I cannot grasp it.
I say Miss Cajones just because that's the way I first said it before I knew what it meant.
Me too.
Yeah.
I was saying it all the time too. I think it was Heather that finally corrected me because Miss Cajones was like, "You got to say it right."
Okay, Miss Cajones.
Miss Cajones. Miss Cajones. She's got the cojones. What's up, Valerie?
Hey, Valerie.
What's up, Fox? What's up,
Hey,
little
Fox.
bitch? Good to have Samantha Hawkins in the house. Stack Brawley, P. Clark. What is going down? We got Jackie James, and then LJA21. LJ, are you coming on one of these bad boys? Huh? And the mule, and then Courtney in the house, and then somebody named Crystal. Oh, Crystal happens to be here. Who's got the bird?
It's my grandson. He's like your number one fan, Booma, so he's watching. The younger one, Sebastian.
Your grandson's a bird?
No, he's watching though. So if you end up seeing my name on there, that's why. He goes he goes in the YouTube under my name on the tablet.
Oh, okay.
That's how he talked to us that one night and said, "That's my grandma," right?
What's up, April?
Hey, April.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, DKF Purple. What's happening? You've been on before. You don't have any scary stories to come on and tell? Well, let's see where do we want to get this started. I know some people have some stories. I was looking into some stuff. So after the first one, my dad came in and passed me this book, and it's this Spooky Stories of Missouri. Missouri is heavily haunted, and I guess over here in the same county that I'm at, there is a Fulton prison, but I guess there was an old insane asylum.
Oh,
and
wow.
So not far from me, there's this old insane asylum that's here. I'll pull it up on the screen. We'll just take a quick little look-see at it. It is creepy. So this is in Fulton, Missouri, and probably won't play any of the sound. It's really, they don't put any spooky sound or anything like that. They just kind of walk.
That's not creepy at all.
Right. I mean, why do they leave buildings like this? They just leave it so people can I don't know. Because this doesn't look like it's set up for a tour. This is they got a pass and probably had to sign a bunch of waivers.
Right.
Hey, Sabrina.
Sabrina in the house.
Hey, Sabrina.
Is this live? Oh, maybe. Sabrina, if you want to come on and tell a spooky story, maybe have Chris Crutchfield. Has he got some spooky stories? You want to jump on and say hi?
Chris could do the sound effects too.
Right. But this is looks like the hallway that I got back behind me. Like it's scary to think of some of the stuff that was going on in some of these old buildings like that. Anyways, I just wanted to show that real quick because I found that out just looking through that book. What's up? All right. Oh, you're on the road. No worries. Yeah, we're doing it earlier for AIMK. This is all for AIMK.
Gee.
So on that note, AIM, what do you got to bring to this? What do you want to start with? You got some stories.
I'll start with the house where I first had my very first night paralysis, night terror. Oof. My parents bought a house that was built in 1879, and I know because I went to the town clerk and I looked it all up, got all the way back to the blueprints. Anyways, one night I had a miniature rabbit that I kept in a box, just a big cardboard box, and I wasn't spending the night that night at home. I was someplace else. So my dad was sleeping down on the sofa with my rabbit next to him. My mother had one of her best friends over, but she was so scared of the house she would never sleep in a bedroom by herself, so she slept up in the bed with my mom. So sometime in the middle of the night, my mother and Helen were awoken by this loud pounding sound. So they got up and they went downstairs and found my father sitting up on the couch just looking at the floor, and that pounding sound was coming from the wall that the fireplace was on and going all the way the length of the room and back down again, like if somebody was taking a sledgehammer from the basement and hitting the basement ceiling, which was the floor of the living room. And my mother and the rabbit was going wild in that box. And my mother's like, Al, what is that? What's going on? He goes, I don't know. And she goes, what can it be? I said, I don't know. And it was still happening. And she goes, are you going to go down and look? And he's like, he was a big man. He wasn't afraid of anything. He's like, I'm not going down there. and it went on for several minutes and then stopped. Just suddenly stopped. It never happened again, but a crack formed from the fireplace up into the corner of that room in the plaster. It was plaster walls. That's how old this place was. You couldn't even drive a nail into it. But still no explanation for it. He went down the next day. There was nothing out of place. Have no explanation whatsoever, but that house was very creepy. Lots of friends didn't want to sleep over. My mother's friend didn't want to sleep alone. I was freaked out in that house a lot. I always felt like I was being watched. You always saw stuff out of the corner of your eye. And I will admit that when we first moved in, we did do something with a Ouija board, and I'm not proud of it. We got rid of that Ouija board, but it was my older sister. She's 10 years older than me. And her friend, and my mother was right there. My mother was very new age and into this stuff. That's how I was raised.
How old were you, AIM?
I was 16.
Yeah, I mean, who didn't do dumb stuff at 16? We all did, right?
Yeah. And the initials that we got were LEM of whoever it was we were talking to. But I never found anybody with those initials when I looked up the history of the house that ever owned the house. So
the initials were LEM?
Mm-hmm.
Got him.
That
is creepy. What's up, Patrice? Lemuel, you're haunting AIMK. I know it. I caught you.
Yeah, definitely.
Whoa. Biscuits came in, scared the shit out of me.
I know he thinks that he's a boo.
Good. Burn that shit. I don't know. Maybe it wants to be burned. I don't know, man.
We got rid of it. We didn't burn it. There was a very religious woman that came to paint our house inside, and she saw it and she said, I'm not coming back unless you get rid of that. And she told my mother, like, in no uncertain terms, you should not have that in your house. That's probably the reason why your husband is so sick, because my dad was sick for many years. He died in 93. So it was kind of, that house was very creepy. Very creepy.
So what'd you do with the Ouija board?
My mother got rid of it. I don't know what she did with it. I doubt she burned it. She probably just put it in the garbage.
Oh, gosh. You guys watched Jumanji, the first one?
No?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
So it wasn't
That's
like
what I was
like
thinking
that.
about when.
Right. It's not, I mean, it wasn't really a horror movie, but it was creepy. like this old Jumanji board where when somebody opens it up and starts to play the game, all of a sudden
It moved.
you have to deal with all the things that come through the
Herds
game.
of elephants. Yeah.
With
Right.
Robin Williams.
It was a great movie.
It was a really good movie. The remake is just corny and got The Rock and all those guys in it. But the original reminds me sometimes of when we talk about like creepy things like Ouija boards and whatnot, like because the Jumanji board like literally comes to life and it like gets you to play it. Now there's some other movies that have something similar, like video games and stuff like that. But Ouija boards are nothing to mess with, man, as far as I've ever heard.
Absolutely not.
Tough situation there to know what's really going on with some of these people, but he had some good movies. In the Jungle You Must Wait. Yes, it's so creepy. That's a rough. That was a newer place that you guys were moving into, or what was it? I missed.
We actually moved from a house that was not old at all, in another town, and my mother loved old Victorian homes, so we bought this. She bought this place, and we moved in when I was about 16. So yeah, it was a very old house. It was over 100 years old when we moved in.
Yes, 100 years old. That's you can never know the energetic stuff. Like that's some of the stuff you think about with some of these older homes.
Absolutely.
And then you have some of these older homes where they upgrade the like the electricity and all that kind of stuff in it. Maybe that's part of what's going on there because you have certain energy, some frequency resonances or something like that still exists in there. I don't know what ghosts really are, but there's something going on. Like I said, when you think about it in the sense of like eternity, if you can, from a human perspective, everything's happening all at once, but it is linear the way that we experience it, or that we even learn to experience in this world when they put time in our hands, and like obviously the progression of one to the next, A to B kind of a thing, but everything's happening all at once. So what is really going on? What are we capturing? Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, that house was definitely freaky. A lot of people had a lot of experiences there, and like I said, I had my first night terror there, and I was terrified because you wake up and you're frozen and you can't move, and my eyes were open, but I couldn't scream, I couldn't move my body, nothing. And it felt like I had thousands of hands with this energy just going in circular motion all up and down my body, and I had a hum in my ear, and I was trying to scream, and by the time I got enough, like could get out a scream, it stopped suddenly and everything was just so silent. But that house was just so freaky. My mother lived in it up until 2016, until she passed away. She did not pass away in the house, but so the house was a big part of our lives. We were in it all the time, but it still had a very creepy vibe to it. My kids would never sleep upstairs. They always slept downstairs on the couch. My mother slept downstairs on the couch for many years after my dad died. And the upstairs wasn't even used.
My dad lived in one of the original Hatfield-McCoy houses in
Really?
Tennessee. And when he was a little boy, the house was built like early 1800s. I think it even went to another family before then or whatever. But it was on my grandmother's dairy farm, and that's where they lived until he was 17 and the house caught fire and burned down. But until then, he grew up in that house. And he told so many stories because it was him and three sisters, and they were all like 3 years apart. And they all slept in one big bedroom upstairs, like in the attic part of the house, like people used to do, right? And they had two big queen-size beds, and he shared a bed with his sister, and his other two sisters slept in the other bed. And they would, like, routinely, 3 or 4 times a month, their blankets would roll off of them while they're sleeping. And so it got to the point to where they would go to sleep, and they would, like, look at each other, and they would hold the blankets in their hands, and they would stare at each other till they fell asleep. Because anytime they got ready to relax, if it was already tugging that night, then as soon as they relaxed to go to sleep, the blanket would just go like this off their body. And that happened a bunch. And that same house, every time they would be down in the kitchen and everybody like having breakfast, having a good time, it would sound like somebody dropped a bunch of like wooden barrels down the stairs. It would just hit and go bam, 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 make all kinds of noise. You'd open the door, nothing there. And that whole property, I think, had some things going on because my uncle's son, his property was not that far from my grandaunt's, all the same little central area. And he had a tobacco barn that he told my dad about when he was younger. And they would cure tobacco in it. And he was inside the barn, and they were going in there to put sawdust piles and to check the fire and stuff. And this beautiful lady in like a little coach with like 4 horses pulled up in front of it, asked him how to get to Cedar Hill, which is just in a little town by Adams. And he went through the whole explanation of how you'd go and which way to go out and everything. She sat there and talked to him for like 15 minutes. And then he said, I have to go back in and check on this now. And he turned around, and when he closed the barn door, there was no sound of the horses going away. It just got silent. So he was kind of freaked out about it because, of course, he jumped back outside like a minute later and looked. There's nothing, no dust, no nothing. So he was talking to some people in town about it, and they said, yeah, that lady always shows up around here. She's shown up on a lot of different people's farms. And then she never caused any harm. She just comes and asks questions. It's really pretty crazy, but there's so many stories like that in Central Tennessee and in the South. There's just so much.
I thought
and
more
growing
of
up in Adams, Tennessee, which is home of the Bell.
I thought a lot of the Hatfield-McCoy stuff happened in the Virginias.
It did, but any of their family is still considered Hatfield-McCoys. And so for that reason, Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee, I think even a little bit in North Carolina too. There's different parts of the Hatfield-McCoy family. So, but it was a Hatfield last name family member that she bought the house and the property from. She used to milk 40 cows by herself manually twice a day. So my grandma did.
Wow.
She was one of the very first people to get electric milkers, which was like a brand new thing, you know. Right. It used to be you had to do it manually. It was like, 4-hour job to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go milk that many cows and then turn around and come back and do it again at 4 or 5 in the evening. So a lot of work.
Well, interesting fact, my family, and I'm not saying closely related, but we are related to the Hatfields.
Cool.
My dad's side of the family is from West Virginia, so we have relation to the Hatfields. So fuck the McCoys. If you guys don't know the story that goes on with that, there was a big feud. They were friends, and then they had a breakup, and the whole family basically went to war over various things. They actually had
over years and years. It never changed either, and through generations.
Still going on. It's still going on. They started to make a TV series about it, but it was kind of corny, and it made it look stupid, I guess. But yeah, if you watch there was a show. I don't know how many parts. It was long, but it was Kevin Costner played like the lead, Hatfield guy, and then I can't remember the name of the other guy. Famous actor plays the McCoy guy, and he goes to war, and Hatfield's like, "Fuck this! They're just trying to get us killed," and all this kind of stuff. And he leaves the war to go protect his family, and McCoy looked at him as a traitor, but Hatfield was like, "I'm taking care of my own. Fuck this! I'm not fighting these people's wars." That's how they depicted it. I don't know if that's how it started, but then a major feud happened because of that, and it never ended.
Yeah.
And that's just, you're talking battleground areas. You're talking there are certain places here in the United States, especially where, I'm sure there's spooky stuff going on overseas that I don't know hardly anything about, because that's talking more ancient times, Rome. If you were in some of these places, I'm sure that there's all kinds of stuff going on because of what's been going on. But in some of these battleground areas where lots of blood was shed and whatnot, I'm sure that they experience it all the time. So when you're talking about stuff that you experience in Tennessee and whatnot, what's interesting about that, because it's hard. So this lady that you said would show up at different farms. So these are different.
She just looked the same. She had blonde curls, and she was dressed because we're talking 50s, 40s, and 50s, 1900s. And she would look like she came out of the 1800s. She was dressed in very old high neck, like Victorian style top, but a country type gown. And she had a little whip, and she had 4 horses and just a little small carriage. And she would just pull up and talk to people and was nice and ask questions about how to get to town or, where someone lived. And most of the time people just say they didn't know who it was, right? But everybody said she looked the same, had the same dress on, same look, everything. That's pretty crazy.
Because you hear some stories where it's like the ghost is kind of like stuck to a property. like stuck to a domain or something. It seems like they're in a certain area, but this one's crossing like property lines and stuff.
That's kind of the Bell Witch. That's the whole thing with Adams is that way. It's like the Bell Witch Cave is there. There was the family of John Bell. They lived there. They had a cabin there in the 1800s. Andrew Jackson even experienced some things where he actually went to investigate it. And he's in the big book, the actual real historical accounts that came from the Library of Congress. And it's still a big deal now. I mean, I think Adams has played up on it because they have the Bell Witch Festival. You know, everything's Bell Witch now because it's become so popular. But it was a real story. And Sabrina, I just see what she put. That's awesome.
We might be cousins. We might be distant cousins.
Chris, no way to know with everybody in the South. Nothing's impossible. And
South,
so
we're West Virginians.
Right, but that's still Appalachia. Okay.
That's
So I mean,
South?
South and Appalachia are connected, whether you know it or not. Okay.
I don't know. There's a lot of things I don't know.
Hillbilly people. Actually,
Yep.
Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia. Well, more West Virginia than Virginia. Actually, Kentucky, West Virginia, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, most of Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina are all connected to Tennessee, including Missouri. So a lot of people that all live alike, farm, work hard, poor people that worked hard and did what they could to make it. But the Bell Witch thing was always a thing. When I was in 8th grade for history class, Mr. Mantooth, our teacher, he took some kids that were seniors and they went down to the Bell Witch Caves. They were going to do a little documentary on the inside of the caves because people usually didn't film on the inside. And this was before Bell Witch thing got popular on paranormal TV and stuff and all the crazy now. We're talking the 80s, right? So he went there, he filmed it. There was a whole VCR tape of footage, he said. They come back into class to play it for us for the 8th grade. And he stuck it in the VCR tape and it started like the first 2 minutes in front of the Bell Witch Cave with them talking. And all of a sudden the machine stopped working. It was one of those old fashioned VCRs that you had to kind of like the betas, you had to push the tape down in it. And the damn machine opened up and threw like 10 feet the VCR tape out of it. So they picked it up and put it back in the machine and tried again, did the same thing. So they couldn't play the video. And we ended up just putting another movie in to test the machine. It was fine. Just all kinds of crazy things in that whole little area of Adams. And they still have the old Adams, what they call the Adams School, which was originally a 1st grade through 8th grade school in downtown Adams. And now they use it for lots of other things like festivals and square dance and everything. At least it used to be. I haven't been there in a long time, but that's what they still use it for. It's still advertised as. And they still have the Bell Witch Caves there. They even moved one of the John Bell property houses and set it up on the edge of the property so people could see it because it became such a tourist attraction that people wanted to go out there and see if they could check anything out. When there was a lot of research done on it, because during the time that it happened in the 1800s, the whole thing was his family, his daughter was the very first person to really be persecuted by this spirit or whatever it was. And it would pull her hair, scratch her, bite her, all kinds of things. And then it took on the whole family. And she particularly did not like the dad. So it ends up saying that she exchanged medicine somehow, that some medicine turned into poison because he started getting a very bad cough and everything. And then he died of poisoning. Don't know if it's true. I know they had people come in and try to do exorcism on the house. And they threw blankets over the top of what looked like a human form, but it was just a spirit. There was no person there. They're just grabbing at it. And all kinds of things trying to get out of the house. They had pastors from different churches come, all kinds of crazy things. And basically, it kept her family from marrying another last name family. I want to say it's Gardner, but I'm not sure. I'll have to go back and look. But for Lifeline, like she was going to marry this other guy and they could never get married. Anytime she tried to, if Katie got interested in going through with it, there was always a problem. Some kind of horrible thing would happen in their family. So it really kind of wrecked their whole family. There's a huge book about it. But the movie Red River was actually based loosely on the legend of the Bell Witch. They just changed a lot of the details in it. It's a very good book. The book has a lot of historical account in it.
The book is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Way
And
better
like
than the
they
movie.
even had when Andrew Jackson came through, he said the spirit talked to him as being
Oh my gosh, the John Wayne movie? 1948?
newer. There's a newer one. Let me see if I can find it, Booma.
Well, regardless, look at this. This is old freaking John Wayne. Damn.
There is a Bell Witch movie that Donald Sutherland is in.
Is it still the same thing though? This is based off.
This was 2011 horror. Look up the movie Red River 2011.
Look up what?
They haven't said the Thatcher family, but that's not right. Like I said, it's based loosely on it. Red River in 2011.
Oh. Oh. Can you see this?
Creepy.
Oh. That is what the is that it? Crystal!
I'm looking.
I'm looking. I'm showing it on the screen right now, lady.
More movies called Red River.
Come on, lady. I'm looking at some creepy creature.
No, this is creepy, but it's not. I'll look it up because it is horror, but it's not. That isn't what the front line looks like of it. So let me look it up. I'll find it for you. But if you look up, just look up Bell Witch Adams, Tennessee, and see there's a whole website dedicated to it. Well, you ain't got to look hard for that. There's only one of those.
Oh man! All right.
I haven't watched it in several years. That movie.
All right. Is this a depiction of a crazy looking witch?
Yeah, that looks more like it.
Oh my gosh, this looks like
Bell Witch Cave is an historical landmark. As you see, Red River, Adams, Tennessee, the Bell Witch, bingo. There you go.
look at this. Oh my gosh.
That's where I grew up.
Okay, so look at that chick right there. And then this video that'll be coming out on the next Sabrina video that I have coming at 5:30 today. I found her. This is her. It's Cheer Denise. Doesn't that look just like that woman?
A lot.
Very similar.
Oh my gosh, I found her. I found her. She's reincarnated into a corporeal body. Just so you guys know. And that'll be linked into the video that's coming up at 5:30 today. Sabrina's just been doing a couple videos for me to put out. So
they've had Bell Witch Cave on Ghost Adventures, all those shows, which I just find funny because when I grew up, it was just part of life. It was like everybody talked about it. Like you guys were talking about Bloody Mary and stuff. When you lived in Tennessee, it was I hate the Bell Witch. People would stand in the mirror and say that at night, right? So like, or light as a feather, stiff as a board after you play the I hate the Bell Witch when you're young and stupid at like 12 and don't know any better. And so, but I grew up with all that kind of crazy stuff. It was just part of our history where we grew up. And then you know what the mascot for Joe Burns High School is? The Red Devils. So.
Right. Well, just so you know, Crystal, you're scaring everyone off the panel. They're just dropping like flies. So I don't know what's going on, but that's the truth of it. Biscuit says he's too poor. They were too poor to afford human ghosts, so they only had wampus cats that lived in the swamp. And then Billy Hart's coming back and saying the wampus cat is still going strong. What the fuck is a wampus cat? Now I gotta look at the wampus cat.
That's something my dad used to say all the time too. So that's hilarious.
Wampus cat. Wampus cat. What the fuck is it? Oh my god. Okay, let me pull this up. I never heard of a wampus cat.
My dad used to call me a wampus cat. What are you talking about? When I was a kid.
Oh my gosh, Crystal, you're just a walking, talking horror show, man.
Okay, An American Haunting. That's the one I'm talking about. Originally, they were going to call it Red River, and they changed it. Look up that movie from 2005.
I think that's the one with Donald Sutherland in it. And possibly Sissy
That like
Spacek.
in the 1800s. You know what I'm talking about, Aim?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Sissy Spacek maybe, and Donald Sutherland was the old man.
Yeah. I think you're right. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but that's it. I know it is. Then I guess in 2007 they did Bell Witch the movie, but I haven't seen that one. I need to look that one up.
Oh man, Crazy Teresa, you say that you saw your dad standing behind you the other day? See, like stuff like that when it happens. Oh man, dude. Everybody's got a story, right? And it's kind of funny that we're doing this because Sabrina's saying quit listening to the ghost stories and all that stuff that people are telling. But we're not here grifting nothing. We're not here like pushing nothing. We're just talking about what's going on in the world. And in the first one,
talking about real life crazy that's happened, or real life that we lived in.
Right. And then in the first one, we were talking about EMF and the other possibilities we have in this world, the ways that they can manipulate us, and the ways that maybe fungus and various things can influence us, or illnesses that we have, or frequencies that they push at us to cause us to have delusions. All kinds of stuff could be going on. But at the same time, man, you can't deny that going way back, people have had these paranormal experiences. Donald Sutherland always looked like the Walking Dead.
I sent you the link in the private chat, Booma, to that movie from 2005, the trailer. So that is the right one.
All right. Well, we're not going to watch it.
Bell Witch.
I will show something of it.
Okay.
It'll get taken down.
Yeah, I know how they are. They don't let us have no fun. I know. Poor Sabrina can't even listen to most of her music. I know.
I was telling Sabrina when she comes over to YouTube, it's going to be a different ball game. You can't be doing the things that she does. It's too bad. They will stop everything. All right. So what I'm going to do is show more of the posters and stuff, so you guys can take a look at that.
Yeah.
We ain't going to watch the trailer.
Okay.
This is American Haunting.
That's it. Pretty good movie. I would say about 50% of it follows the storyline, though. They get off a little bit, but.
So did you guys ever watch Bird Box?
Yes.
With Sandra Bullock? Well,
Yes.
I only brought that up because Charlie's birds are alerting her to paranormal activity that is happening around her.
Sorry, I'm going to close the back door. Just give me a second.
Those are your bird boxes, aren't they?
There's that ghost again in Charlie's house.
If you haven't seen it, it's like a movie where Sandra
it.
Bullock's in it. And she's got to wear like a blindfold, so that because if you look at it, then it like possesses you, or like with whatever this paranormal shit is. And so the whole movie is like blindfolded, but then they have this like bird in the a little bird cage, and they're going around, and the bird starts freaking out whenever these like entities are around, and that's where they're like, oh, she's like freaking going down this river to try to get to some place. I don't even remember, but it's just like, and it's Sandra Bullock that's got some bullocks, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that's a man. Anyways, Charlie, how are the birds doing? You all right? We're not going to see you get like taken out by some kind of entity.
Whew. You just never know.
You never know. In your place, we saw ghosts in the first one. There's a little creature running around back behind you. I saw. There might be something else taking place too. I don't know what's going on, but
I don't see anything.
we had a sighting on the first one, and it seemed like I was the only one able to see it.
Tripping.
Oh,
It's all them pixie sticks you've been snorting.
Man, I hit some fungus before the show, and I am having a great time, but I'm seeing some shit that's scaring me. So, Heather, what would you like to say? You unmuted? Would you have something to say?
No.
Oh.
No, but I think there's a delay on the mute button. Because I hit it and it didn't do the same thing with my phone. I couldn't get myself off mute. So it came back to my computer started working again. Hi. I used to play like light as a feather, stiff as a board with my cousin and stuff.
Wait, what's that? What's that?
Ooh. So you lay down and you have girls just take it sounds like just take their two fingers and put it like under your legs.
Wait. Take their what?
Just use your two fingers.
Oh my God, this is so sexual. Go ahead.
No, it is not. I knew you were going to do that.
Heather is bright red. Look at that.
I know, right? Right? Please go. Please continue. Please continue.
So okay, you can't even see the purpose of just using. So you can't say that they were using their whole hand, right? So you just do the.
That's called fisting, but we won't go into that. And April's soulful says 2 fingers only.
That's the limit.
That's the limit, right? Okay. And what's this called again? What's this called again that you're demonstrating here? This has gone from paranormal to
light as a feather, stiff as a board.
Stiff as a board. Okay. All right. So it starts out light as a feather. You use 2 fingers. Next
you would have like
stiff as a board. That doesn't sound sexual at all.
Depending on how many. Everything I say is gonna just sound wrong.
Valerie, you're just making it worse. I love it. Hey, we gotta throw this in a little bit between the ghost stories because the ghost stories do kind of freak me out. I'm not gonna lie. Look at me. Look at this. I'm freaking out right here. Okay, I'm freaking out. Everybody's praying. We gotta mix this in. 2 fingers.
But we're not leaving it like this. Hold on. You have to see like 2 people at your feet, one on each side, and they just
2 people at your feet, and you've got he's ready to rock and roll.
And so you say light as a feather, stiff as a board, light as a feather, stiff as a board. Just say it over and over again, and the person started lifting, and all you can see is the people's 2 fingers under like their legs.
And it doesn't have to be
not in that position.
It could be
under, their shoulders or whatever. And it is. Yeah, I have been the one that has levitated, if you will. And I'm like, I swear to God, guys, it wasn't very far. It was just, up like this. But then it was like, oh, freak out, and everybody screams.
Some people are really getting into this story. This is great. So you with 2 fingers, you levitated. That sounds like a great time.
2 fingers in the wind.
2 fingers in the wind. How many girls are involved here?
Well, that just depends on how many you've got at the party, I guess, or your sleepover.
Right.
I'm going to make it sound worse. It was.
Please go on, Mr. Biscuit says. Okay.
And that was it.
So you levitated. All right. I'd like to see a video of this.
There's no videos.
I'm sure there's some X-rated ones online. Anyways, light as a feather, stiff as a board, 2 finger. That's all we should really.
Can we do that at the next bottom party?
Bottom party that got started. Yes, the bring back of the bottom party. Who was that started that shit accidentally?
I don't remember.
It was like Elisa or something like that in the chat was saying something about that's what they call bottom parties, and I was like, did you guys know? And there were bottom parties, and then that set the stage for what. I won't get into it on this one. Let's see if I can not bring up the thing I always bring up, right, Charlie? You think it's possible?
Buttholes.
And there it is.
I usually bring up the accessories first. I just don't go straight for that.
Yes, you do.
I'm talking about the accessories that'll be necessary to place there when we go into the Blade Runner future that Sabrina continues to warn us about, even though they probably have a scanner for my beads at that point. Damn it, I said beads.
Booma,
just can't help yourself.
Booma, you're like Pennywise. You're like Pennywise the clown. You're just like luring everybody into the fucking gutter with you. You even got aim in the gutter.
This channel is the gutter channel at this point. It was just a joke that came up a long time ago with like Internet of Booty Beads because I watched, and I'm still waiting, Chris, if you're watching this, Chris Crutchfield, that has 2 documentaries still just not public. Anyways, I watched the first 30 minutes of his documentary, and he literally has like a cartoon of like our asses being plugged into the cloud, and I was like, that's the key right there. We need to get our asses unplugged from the cloud, and how can we do that? And we had just done crystallography, I think is something show with Sabrina about her crystals and what they can do. So I was thinking, crystal beads. Get our booties off the internet. That's what it was. I've already said too much. Back to the ghosts. Maybe they'll keep the ghosts away too. These beads are going to be badass when they come out.
Yeah, the glow
No pun
in the
intended.
dark ones.
Badass.
Yep.
No
Need
pun
the-
intended.
You guys have added to it, just so you guys know. But yes, anyways. But now, okay, so talk about some creepy paranormal shit. Were some of those older movies not scarier than like the more that are, I guess they call them the Splat-pack, the directors that create the garbage horror movies now, where they show all kinds of just blood and stuff. The older ones that had the creepy music and the feel, like Pennywise when he was coming out of the album and he's dancing around to that creepy music, and then all of a sudden sticks his head out of the album on the movie It, the original. That was one of the creepiest things in horror movies.
Still have PTSD from the original Exorcist.
Yes, some of those, they did something else to the mind, that the ones that show all the imagery that is disturbing. I stopped watching it at some point because
So did I. The Shining is another one that
Oh, that would freak me out.
it was
Right.
because I think the mystery and the intrigue is scarier than the blood and guts and crazy. You know,
when it plays with our own maybe superstitions or ideas of demonology and the things that are going on in the world, whether it's ghosts or your childhood things or sleep paralysis. AMK brought that up. It's easy to talk. It's I wouldn't say it's easy to talk about when you've gone through it, but to bring it up and just say it. But when you're going through that, it's scary as shit. Being in sleep paralysis is so frightening, and most people here have experienced that. Yes, and the booty beads might be the scariest thing on this show. Or fear. I don't want to get into it. Anyways, we already talked about the two.
Gary said phantasm.
And Heather brought that up, just so you guys remember that she brought up the, you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, Monica, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm really excited to hear if you want to tell us one of the stories that you wanted to share.
Oh yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
And welcome.
Hey,
what's up?
Okay, so let's see. Let's go way back, back when I was a child. Have you guys ever heard the story in San Antonio, Texas, where I don't remember how long ago it was, but it was years ago, and a school bus, I don't know if maybe someone in the chat might know, but a school bus with children went over a railroad track, and the train was coming, but they got stuck. And so the train and the bus collided. And there's a story for many years after that if you put powder all over your car and you go over the train track, but you stop right on the train track, that you will literally feel your car start to move. Like slowly, you can feel it moving. Then when you leave, you find little children handprints everywhere. So when I was a little girl, my mom, she was really young when she had me. She thought it would be funny to get us all in the car and go for a drive one night. And we did. She put baby powder all over the car. We went over there, and I just remember you could feel it. You could just feel the energy. And when we came back home, there was handprints all over. And the story goes is it's the children trying to get you off the track so you don't get hit by a train.
What they experienced. Where was this at?
San Antonio. That's where I'm from.
San Antonio. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So you as a child, you remember feeling the car moving?
I sure did. Yeah. Yeah, that was scary.
No, you didn't hear any sounds though?
No sounds. But yeah, the whole car, no joke. It was all covered in little children handprints.
Yeah. I think Mythbusters did a show on that as well too. And their car did move. It did move. Mm-hmm. And they said there's got to be something with the elevation of the road where it looks like it's going up, but it's actually going down. And They couldn't debunk the handprints, though. I think I remember them thinking it was oils that were left over on a car that the powder won't stick to, or the powder does stick to it, and the powder that isn't sticking to the handprints that were there previously falls off. But they couldn't, they couldn't debunk it one way or the other, and that car did move for them too.
Wow. So they even did it for the show, and
Yeah, they did.
Happened.
I think it was Mythbusters.
Right.
Somebody was trying to debunk that.
Wow, that's a very well-known one that I hadn't heard about.
It's very well known.
Me
Yeah.
neither.
Sounds like
Jerry had a situation. Jerry
What?
had a situation once where he was on the back road going towards Hemet in California, and it was super wet and slick outside. And
It's not wet, it's actually grass.
Well, then why did you slide so easy?
Why did I slide so easy? Because coming up Progressive Hill, I was passing his car.
Okay, he was just driving irresponsibly. All I know is what I seen when he got home.
Jerry, calm down. You got so scared that you just used reason to get it away. You experienced something paranormal, and you're just using logic and reason to convince yourself you didn't go through it, sir.
Well, here's the weird part. He turned like 360s in the middle of the road in the truck. And when he stopped, because how he didn't hit somebody when it was single road both ways, I'll never understand. But somehow he missed everybody. And when he got out and looked at the car, and I know this is true because when he got home with the truck, you could still see it. His truck was all covered in dust. His big old red F-150 he used to have. And you would think if somebody grabbed it with hands, then it would leave empty handprints, right? Where he grabbed it. But no. In fact, it was exactly the opposite. The only thing showing sets of hands in dust, and the rest of it was clean. It was a trip. Still never figured out how that happened.
Right. So that might have
wanted us to see it. It was very weird.
That might be something that's like more like supernatural, right? Because we've also had experiences we can't explain that are more like maybe angelic, or maybe where like something that was a good spirit stepped in and did something to save our lives or whatnot. I have one of those where I wrecked my truck back in about 2000. I think I'm still having issues there where I smashed my face on the steering wheel or whatnot. But it was like done in a way where I went into the woods, and if I would have been 1 foot to the left, I would have died. If I would have been 1 foot to the right, my passenger would have died. And then the way that the rocks were underneath the truck, they hit the carriage in such a way that it slowed it down just in time to hit a big old pile of like trees that have been taken down for lumber purposes or whatnot. This was up in Washington State, so lots of trees being cut down and whatnot for all kinds of purposes. But anyways, it was like a divine intervention. Yeah. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Those kinds of experiences that happen where a lot of us that, you live to a certain age, and you almost everybody has some kind of supernatural experience, even if you're an atheist and you just want to talk it away and say it wasn't what it was. You look back, when I got sober, especially, I look back on a lot of these things and I think like, damn, how did I survive that? Why am I still alive?
Right.
All the different drugs and stuff like that. But also these, especially in cars, vehicles, various things that happen to us over the years that we're here in whatever this is, whatever shape it is, whatever this reality is. Stuff happens. It's supernatural and paranormal and all kinds of stuff. So many things that are just hard to explain. Heather, do you have a ghost story that's not sexual?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes.
The house, I lived in this house on and off a couple of times. I lived there for like 4 years, left for 4 years, came back. I lived there for like 4 years. But the first time I lived there, it stayed downstairs. And it had a huge deck on the back of it. And the bedroom that I had, it was like 2 rooms in one. And on one end, it had like a big closet and a bathroom, and the other side to go on the back, it was like a door, like just the back door, so I could go in and out. And one night, well, no, it was during the day more. It was still light out, and I was watching TV. I was sitting on my bed, and on my bed faced the window. There was a big window and the door to get out, and the TV was right here. And I used to watch Paranormal and all, kinds of crazy stuff like that. But at the time, my boyfriend at the time had gone into the bathroom. When he went in the bathroom, there's no way that he could have climbed out that window and gone outside. And I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I see a male figure. It was kind of translucent, but I could tell it was a man that walked by the door and in front of the window. And I sat there for a second, and then I ran in the bathroom because he had just gone in there, and he was in the bathroom. So it wasn't him. And there was nobody else home. So, okay, I'm going to chalk that up to whatever. I left. I came back. I would live upstairs this time in the bedroom. And it was the master bedroom upstairs, but it was directly above the bedroom that I lived in, right where that back deck and everything. My daughter at the time was about 3. And she was telling me that there was a guy that lived in the house, or that a ghost, and his name was Marshall. And I was going, oh, okay. I didn't make a big deal out of it. But I was on the inside. I was like, oh my God, I wonder if that's the same guy. And then I had another experience in that room around the same time when I lived downstairs. My roommate at the time had the bedroom that I was in later. And we were sitting there talking one day, and she had a dresser and she had a brush on her dresser. And I was probably about a foot away from the dresser, but her and I are talking, and I just happened to look over to the window, and the brush, and she was over on the bed. She couldn't have touched it. And the brush went flying off, and it landed like a few feet away. We both just kind of looked at each other. She goes, yeah, that happens sometimes. So I've had a few experiences like also in that house. I saw something at like 3 a.m. I was smoking and out the bathroom window, and I was just getting ready to blow out the candle and shut the window. And as I came up, something was like, get back. And I felt something push me back to where right behind me was a stand-up shower, and it had just like a little tube, and it pushed me back to the point where I had to catch myself. And then I got up and I was looking out, I saw something walk by that, I mean, it looked like a man sort of, but the way it walked was really creepy. And I've seen that walk before when I was younger at the mall, actually. Another time when something told me to go hide, and I went towards the ladies' bathroom, and there's like a half wall, and I went back, and a guy looked like a guy dressed in all black, but it was the way that they were walking. It was like, I could feel it had a mission. It was on a mission.
Oh, Heather, did he have a hat on? Because I remember the other show, somebody saying the Hat Man, and I had an experience wide awake like that too.
No, but he was dressed kind of goth, like black long trench coat. It was kind of the time though. That would have been late 90s when
so
that
around
happened.
Columbine. When did Columbine happen?
Yeah, it sort of looked like that with the
Yep.
I couldn't see his face, and it had long stringy black hair. I mean, just looked the part of that time. Like the wasn't grunge, it was like goth.
Yeah,
right.
What they called it.
So the Columbine shooting happened in '99. That was when
Wow.
trench coats really kind of like were a thing. Yeah. Leonardo DiCaprio did Basketball. I think it was Basketball Diaries, where there's a scene in that, and he's on heroin and all this kind of stuff. I think it's that movie where he busts through a schoolroom. This is before Columbine happened, wearing a trench coat, and then blew away a bunch of people, which you would not ever put in a movie these days. You would never get away with it. But then trench coats, Marilyn Manson, goth was huge. Hot Topic was a place that I loved to go get my rock and roll shirts and like
me too
stuff. I had my eyebrow pierced for a time, and I used to get my stuff there. And Hot Topic. What's that? Did someone say Me 3?
Me 3. I loved Hot Topic. I used to
look at us, fucking Hot Topic, reliving it.
Shirts, earrings, cuff bracelets.
That shit's still there, right? They still got Hot Topic, right?
Yeah, but now it's gotten stupid. Like now you go there and they have like animal sacrifice T-shirts, and they've got even
Seen
kid
that.
sacrifice T-shirts. It's gotten really
What?
kind of debased.
That's
It's not
crazy.
like it used to be.
Dang.
The only thing I seen there I liked last time I went there was a Johnny Cash T-shirt. That was the only thing I thought was cool. The rest of it was a little over the top.
Well, they used to have T-shirts, posters, all kinds of stuff, and
Yeah.
prank stuff, and candles, and a nail polish. I mean, they still have some of that last, but it's been a long time.
Yeah, do you guys
My
remember?
guy always had a. Oh, your guy always had a hat on.
So like AIM, like
See,
we're
my guy
saying,
didn't have a hat on.
Liz is saying that hers had a hat on, like AIM was talking about.
Like the
Mine
hat
did.
man.
What happened to me is I was in the grocery store and I was in an aisle. I was, going up and down the aisles, and I noticed about like 2 or 3 aisles from like the dairy aisle, which is the very last one, dairy and frozen food. I kept hearing this whistling, somebody whistling a little tune in the aisle behind me. Like they were catching up to me, right? And it creeped me out so bad. I'm like, who's just walking through the aisles, whistling away, meandering down the path? And so I would hurry up and grab my stuff and go into the next aisle. Sure enough, the whistling continued down that row, right on the other side of the, aisle from me. So I hurried up, got my stuff, went down the next aisle, and it just kept following me. And I'm like, what the hell is this? So I finally get into the dairy aisle, and I get halfway up the aisle, and there's people in that aisle. So I felt like a little safer. And I heard that whistling go down the aisle, and just as it was at the end of it, it stopped whistling. And what came around the corner was a guy all dressed in black with the like a fedora hat on, not a fedora, but the little, what do they call that, pillbox kind of hat, but it's short.
Yeah.
Dressed in all black pants, black jacket, black hat, black shirt, black hair. And he didn't have a cart. He didn't have a basket. And he walked by me. I just stood there like to the side, kind of watching him in my peripheral vision. And he walked behind me, and then he continued on. He wasn't shopping. I don't know what he was doing, but the hair stood up on the back of my neck. I'm like, that was like pure evil following me through the grocery store. And honestly, I don't know if it's paranormal or not. Probably not. But it was very unnerving. And I never saw him when I checked out. Never saw him in the parking lot. But he was creepy. He was very creepy.
You said he was whistling?
Yeah, the whole time whistling, following, almost like a whistle, following me up and down these aisles. But he was always in the next aisle over, and I didn't see him until I was in that last aisle. And he stopped whistling just before he rounded the corner.
Yeah,
Well,
Marilyn Manson's creepy as fuck.
Yeah, this was around that time they blamed Marilyn Manson for the Columbine shooting, which was interesting because you'd think that Marilyn Manson's all part of I guess just part of the show, but it really did kind of screw up Marilyn Manson and that band. Not that it's a bad thing, but back in the day, I loved it. And he was wearing a black hat like you're describing. It's like, so when Sabrina talks about like some of this stuff or whatnot, it's like they're using, it's a form of mind control, but not necessarily MK Ultra. So they're putting it in pop culture. They're putting it in movies. They're putting it into our dreams at that point already, which we're talking about now, like it's normal, or they're normalizing it really, really fast. Where like they're doing this stuff, but it's like, what's really going on? And it's crazy because it's like a little easier at night when it's like you're alone or it's dark and it's like that kind of an atmosphere, like you're sitting here like telling ghost stories, or you're out in the dark or whatnot in the woods. Maybe that's more likely your mind's going to run away with you. But you're talking about broad of day, which we're filming right now, broad of day for most of us here in the United States, where the light and sun's still out, and you're in a freaking grocery store, and then shit's happening. It's crazy.
Yeah, it wasn't at night. It was during the day, and it was just a weird experience. I just felt it was like this man was dripping with evil, just pure evil, as he walked by me. He walked right behind me.
You just feel it. You can just feel it.
He was walking slow, like he was just meandering, and it was like something evil this way comes. It was just so bizarre and creepy.
And do you know if anybody else saw him?
No clue.
Right.
I didn't ask if anybody else saw him. I have no clue.
So
Right,
you weren't
right.
there
Could've
with
just
you,
been
you were by
me.
yourself.
There were other people in that aisle, but not a lot, like maybe 2 or 3 other people. There was nobody in the aisles prior. When I was going through the aisles, I was alone, but there were a couple people in that aisle. And I don't know if they saw him or not, but he just gave me such the creeps. It could have just been, I swear it could have just been me that saw him and heard him coming.
Right.
I mean, it was enough to make me scoot out of one aisle to the next, to the next, to the next. It wasn't like happy little whistly tune. It was just, oh, I
This
can't.
sounds like something straight out of a horror movie.
It really was. I was like, what the hell just happened here? It felt like it was out of a horror movie.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Monica.
Did Heather, do you have that photo I sent you with the arm?
Yeah.
So, yeah. You guys should look at that. So, I have been well visited by, I guess people call it the Hat Man, Shadow Man, and so there was this one night when I had this really vivid dream. This was about maybe 2014 era. And I had this dream, and it was dead asleep. So it wasn't sleep paralysis, but I was dead asleep. And I had this dream that I was driving in my car at night. My daughter was a toddler at the time sitting behind me. And it was at night, and it looked like I was driving on a mountain, and I could see the cliff, and I could see the stars in the sky. I couldn't see the moon, but I could see the light beaming on me. And as I'm driving, just going around the mountain, all of a sudden, I just feel this presence like sitting behind me in the back seat. And it felt like its face was right here next to my neck. And it felt really creepy, bad energy. And anyway, so I spoke to it telepathically, not with my words, but I said, I don't know why, but I guess because the energy felt so strong, it felt, like it was, how do you explain it? Like a spirit, like a divine, something greater than you, not a person. And so I asked it telepathically. I said, "Are you God?" And it responded back, "Yes." And at that moment, my car just started swerving out of control. And I could see myself moving in slow motion, trying to, grab onto something. Well, when I woke up that morning, I remember feeling this ache on my arm. And I looked down, and there was this giant handprint on my arm. And I sent her the picture because it was too big to be my arm. And so I remember this was at my sister's house, and her house was really creepy. There was always crazy stuff happening at her house. But yeah, I always assumed that in my sleep, it grabbed me.
All right, I'm going to show the pictures. Cool.
It's kind of hard to see, but yeah. So you could see the red.
Oh yeah, I can see
at
it.
least 3 marks on that. Here, let me remove that one.
Yeah, it was really crazy. I put my hand on top of it because I thought, well, maybe I slept kind of weird like that. I don't ever sleep like that, but I did, and it was just so big. It wasn't my fingers. And there were many times I would wake up, like when I would have sleep paralysis and I would see stuff, I would always wake up with bruises or scratches, and yeah, you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
4.
pretty prominent.
Yeah.
2, 3, at least 4. The 4 fingers I see right there, but they're like large.
Yeah, and I've always seen. There was one time I fell asleep on the couch in my living room, and I remember having my sleep paralysis where you're awake but you're frozen, you can't talk, nothing, and on the other side so I'm laying on the couch, and then it's my coffee table, and then it's the TV, and in between the TV and the coffee table there's a shadow man just staring at me, and it creeps me out because you can't, like, I couldn't see its face, I couldn't see any eyes or anything like that. It was just and it was wearing a trench coat, and it had that that hat. I think you showed a picture the other day on the other live of Trump's wife, Melania, with that hat. It was like that.
That's the kind of hat this guy had on without the white band. The one that
Yeah.
It was more flatter. It wasn't a tall, dark hat. It was flatter.
This thing.
Yeah, right there.
Yes, that was it.
That right there. Except I couldn't see any eyes, nothing. But I could tell it was watching me. And I blinked my eyes, and when I opened them again, there was 2 more standing. So it was a total of 3 of them, just like that, staring at me. Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people I didn't realize were experiencing this Hat Man. I didn't experience Hat Man. I experienced what seems to be Slender Man, which would be more like this, but it was all dark. So more like, I guess this one is what I kind of experienced. And it would come out of like my closets, like when I thought I was still awake, but I was in this semi-dream state, and it would like just creep on me and then try to grab me. And then hopefully I'd usually wake up, or I'd be so paralyzed with fear that I'd just be like, until I'd finally like either wake up, or if I had like I said in college on the last show, my significant other would freaking be like woken up before I woke myself up from all the freaking out while I'm laying in bed trying to like get away from this damn thing.
Yeah, my daughter, my younger daughter, she'll sleep with me at night, and there's been many times she'll wake me up. She's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, I'm drenched in sweat." She's like, "I heard you moaning in your sleep. Were you visited again?" And so it's like a thing now. My girls know that I get attacked. Remember in the movie Freddy Krueger? I think it was Johnny Depp, where Freddy Krueger was shoving him down in the bed. I've had that experience where I could feel its heavy hands on me, and I'm trying to grab it to get it off of me, and it's fighting me, pushing me in the bed. I've seen one Hat Man where he's holding my doorknob by my front door, and I can't tell if he's coming in and closing the door or leaving. So, yeah.
My husband is totally not a believer in any of this stuff. And one night, he doesn't believe in ghosts or anything like that. And one night he's a builder, and he had to work late because he was finishing up a house that he was building for a friend of ours. And he said, "I'm going to be working late. Don't wait up for me. Don't worry about dinner. Just put it away. I'll eat it when I get home." I said, "Okay." Next thing I know, like maybe an hour and a half later, he comes walking in the door, and he is pure white, like gray. And I'm like, I thought he was sick. And I'm like, "What's the matter? Are you not feeling well?" He goes, "I had an experience." And I thought, "What'd you do? Like almost get in a car accident on the way home or something?" And he's like, I saw something I can't explain. So he was working in the closet of this house, and he was cutting boards out in the living room, and he was putting up the trim inside the closet. And then he'd go back out, cut a piece, put more up. And one time when he went out, he saw something black and small, like run across the front door and into another room. And he was like, "Did a cat get in here? What the heck was that?" So he's looking around for this animal he thinks he saw, and he can't find it anywhere. And he's like, "I don't know, that's weird. I must have just been seeing things." He goes back into the closet with his piece of wood, and all of a sudden he's overwhelmed with the smell of dirty socks. And he said the hair stood up on the back of his neck, and he just had to leave. And he said, "I left with the lights on." And he came home, and he goes, "I know you probably don't believe me." I said, "No, I do believe you, because you don't believe in this stuff." There's a nursing home that was right across the street from this house. And I often wonder, like, did somebody die in that nursing home? Right. And its spirit wanted to see what he was doing. You know, like you get smells of roses, or like maybe stinky feet because somebody had stinky feet when they were alive. Or, I never knew what happened there. And the owner of the house is a friend of ours. So we hesitated. Like after he sold the house, we asked, "Did you ever have any experiences in that house?" We didn't tell him. And he's like, "No, never." And Paul finally told him what he had experienced in there. He goes, "I never had anything like that happen. So I wonder if somebody was just literally passing through."
Hey, you guys have to let me tell you another story real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if this is paranormal per se, but the reason why I think a lot of it's mostly technology. Throughout time, we've had advanced technology. ancient times, I guess. But so I feel more comfortable with the idea that it's technology. Have you guys ever heard of Gordy Rose? He was the one who created the D wave. No?
That sounds so familiar. Gordy Rose.
So, yeah, Google him. So Gordy Rose.
I know who he is, Monica. I've seen him talk.
Yes, yes, yes. So a long time ago, I guess when he first started out, people all over the world were experiencing the same sighting where they would see this guy show up in their dreams or in their astral projection or sleep paralysis. And they all described this guy the same way, like description, everything. And then all of a sudden, so I guess like during the time when there was chats, you know, you'd go into a chat room and you start different kinds of chat rooms. And so people were expressing or sharing this guy that they saw. Well, all of a sudden there were these flyers everywhere. Yes, him. And these flyers had a picture of him, what looked like him. And it said, have you seen this guy? If you have, call this number. And so people would call this number, and it was an automated voice message, and you would just explain your experience. And then that was it. They would hang up on you. And supposedly the story behind that was they were testing their quantum computers, their quantum technology. And he was able to travel and be in your room, your realm, whether it was in your dreams or whatever, and just watch you. Sometimes he would communicate with people. Sometimes he would just sit there and stare at you. But it was really weird because it's that same guy. And then the reason why I bring that up, technology, is because back in Oklahoma, I just recently moved away from Oklahoma. I was starting to share 2 years ago. I was starting to share Sabrina's work. Well, not her work, but her information. So on Instagram, I'm on Instagram. I started sharing, wireless body area network and whatever, and not a lot of people. In fact, I don't think I saw anybody discussing this on Instagram 2 years ago. And out of nowhere, my phone would start acting up. It would get overheated. It would mess up. It wouldn't allow me to post anything on biodigital convergence. And then one night, we were coming home and our house was flickering, the lights. And we lived in a neighborhood, houses real close, cookie cutter houses. Everybody was fine except ours. Our house was flickering like crazy, inside and out. Then all of a sudden we had this helicopter flying around. I don't know if it's paranormal, but the point is these things, anomalies were happening. Helicopter every single night would fly around. And I would get messages from Instagram saying you're not allowed to post that. I would show diagrams Sabrina would share. And then one night I remember feeling a shock in my chest. I remember I had APAC. I don't know if you want me to say that, but a lot of global ooze organizations watching what I was posting. So I don't know.
Right.
Jordy Rose, Monica, is creepy. He is. I'm sorry, but he is. And bottom line, you know who one of his favorite science fiction and horror writers and artists is? H.P. Lovecraft. Do you know who that is?
Yes, sort of. Is that the one that was into occult?
Weird person that draws the really weird demonic sketches and pictures and stories and stuff from the early 1900s. And that's his favorite. And he always talks about it. But I'm sure he loves technology like that because he brags about being way into the cult and loving that kind of stuff. So it doesn't shock me. But how much hubris do you have to want to put yourself in a million minds? Like, so, so that everybody can wake up and say, oh my God, I seen that same person in my mind. That would just make me mad. I just want to be like, I'd be like, what? Get out. Nobody wants you. It's like digital rape.
Right. And that's why I feel like the Hat Man, the Shadow Man, Slender Man, it's part of this weird.
Could very well be.
I was in California in the spring, and we went to this town I'd never been to. It was just kind of a suburb, and I don't even remember what we went there for. Maybe to get ice cream or something. And I noticed I was at the crosswalk and I noticed on this post there was a picture with a QR code, and the picture was like of this what looks like a child's back in the 70s, like a part clown, part fuzzy animal kind of thing, and it said, "Have you seen me before?" And you were to, take a picture of the QR code. I wanted so badly to go back and take a picture because that thing looked so familiar to me, and I thought, what is this all about? What is this all about? Is this some kind of mind control thing?
Right.
And I could kick myself for not doing it. It was because there was a car waiting for us to cross, and I would have been like, oh, just a minute, let me get a picture of this thing. But it was like that character looked very familiar to me. It was a person in a suit that kind of had a clown face mixed with like maybe orangutan. And I'm like, I've seen this before. Like, I swear, like when I was a kid, like in the 70s or something. But I could kick myself for not looking at it, for not getting a picture of that QR code at least.
Huh.
But it reminded me of your story. Like, what would I have seen?
Well, when I was a child, I don't know if you guys know, but I was in foster care my whole childhood until I aged out when I was 18. And I have this memory where I was taking a nap. I was a little girl. I had to have been like 5 years old. I was a little girl. I was taking a nap, and I woke up, and I went out into the living room, and I saw my mom. And my mom is talking to this guy, what looked like a guy. And so from my view, I can see my mom's face. She's facing towards me, but she can't see me. And there's this person sitting on the chair on a recliner, and I just see the back of him. But I could tell he's all in black. He's got black long sleeve suit. He's got a black hat, the old 1930s kind of look. And they were talking, and my mom looked really worried. She looked like she was afraid. And ever since then, and I don't know who this guy was, but ever since then, and we were later taken away by CPS. And then that's when I started experiencing all these sleep paralysis, shadow man, I mean, all kinds of stuff. I even think I saw a UFO one time. I remember running towards my foster parent when I was 8 years old. I was playing out in the backyard, and it was around evening time, so you could tell the sun's going down. It looked kind of orange in the sky. And I just happened to look up, and I see this giant flat, looks like a penny. That's the best way I could describe it when I was a kid. I remember telling my foster mom, I said, I saw a giant penny outside. And she's like, what? I said, a penny. There's a giant copper penny floating in the sky. But instead of it being flat, it was this way. And it was just floating along in the sky, no noise. And it was huge. And I used to tell, like my friends would say, your mom was visited by, what do you call those guys that dress all in black when you see it? Yeah.
Yeah, they've kind of made fun of the Men in Black, but I think they're legit are Men in Black.
Yeah.
I don't know if they actually have anything to do with aliens, but I think they're doing some. I think they're part of the program. So when you talk about like the tech and the various things that exist, military-industrial complex, a guy that was well known in some of these alternative spaces, Bill Cooper, he had an experience, and one of his first claims was while he worked for the Navy or the military, he was on a ship, and he watched a spacecraft, a saucer, go into the water, just disappear. And then later on his watch of the ship, it came out like it was nothing, came right out of the water and then flew away. Now he believed in aliens and stuff like that. It seemed for a while. And then at the end, I think he was saying it's all the military craft. They've created all this shit. Don't believe any of it. Any alien stories, none of that stuff. It's them messing with stuff. And then I've covered a guy that was when he went by, well, I think his name was Greg Giles, whether that was his real name or not, but he was big into channeling the Galactic Federation, I believe, some of these like Palladian type things. And he said after a certain time, he posted a big old blog post and then disappeared. Don't know what happened to the guy. I mean, I never knew anything about him until I heard the story. But he said that it was, I mean, I guess it would be similar to Voice to Skull, but it was thoughts and images and things being put into his head that he thought was coming from aliens or from the Galactic Federation. It was the military. He said, don't believe any of these stories. And he's like, it's the military doing all this stuff to us. And so that's what we have to contend with when, even though we experience this stuff, and some people be like, oh, this stuff goes way back. Sure, yeah, well, superstition goes way back. Lots of these experiences go back, whatever. Who knows how long some of this technology exists without us ever knowing about it? Who knows how many times maybe we've been reset? The history that we think we know is not history at all, because they've just rewritten the books and represented something to us for data collection purposes or whatever the fuck they're really doing. So that's where it comes into where I want to go to Charley, who is the paranormal debunker and busts up all these stories as bullshit. No, I'm just joking. Go ahead, Charley. What do you think of this stuff?
It's a good time to actually transition into my story in the Bay Area up in Silicon Valley, because I initially thought that my situation was extraterrestrial, of course, because that's where my head immediately went, just based on, my own programming. But after, learning a few things and listening to some of Sabrina's work, it became very clear to me that, hey, I'm just a few miles north of the largest particle accelerator, linear particle accelerator in the world at Stanford Labs. So my experience, I was about 17 and I was in my bedroom. It was 11 or 12 o'clock at night. Super calm night out, no doors open, no windows open. But all of a sudden, some of you guys know this story, my metal blinds just sucked to the window. And initially my head's going, gosh, why is there a sucking force coming from the glass? Is there any, cracks in the window that there's some sort of suction airflow thing happening? No, it was dead still outside. And then they stayed stuck to the window and they started to kind of shake. And then there was a light that shone through the blinds, and it just shone for about 2-3 seconds and then went out, and then the blinds relaxed. I didn't feel anything, but my head immediately went to UFOs, aliens, right? But now that I know about the magnets, the underground magnets, Stanford Labs, Lawrence Livermore, although that's a bit far for where I was at. But it makes me wonder if it wasn't the underground magnetics that were causing that effect to the metal blinds in my room. Of course, I also have the history with, the GATE program, and Sabrina's clarified some stuff on that too, about that being connected with your with the early rollout of the prototype digital twin stuff. So I suppose they could have been tracking us and using electromagnetic pulses to pull data back in the 90s from the digital twins. Those of us who were in the test program, Crystal, I know, was in the GATE program too.
Yep,
so
I sure was.
A lot of questions, but more questions than answers. But I find that there's got to be something with the magnetics that we're missing here, that we just don't have the whole picture on.
Your story sounds just like the opening scene of Close Encounters of the Third Kind or Fourth Kind, whatever it was.
Really?
Back. Yes.
Yes, the
when
original
you're
one.
saying it, I'm like,
yes.
With the woman in the house with the little boy.
Wait,
it was
what? So
I swear it's a scene from that movie where there's blinds shaking and light coming through the blinds.
Yes.
And
what?
She's right.
Yes.
You have to go watch that
It's
old
a
movie.
19. Hold on. When was that movie? It was like maybe
It's an
early
older one.
80s.
I was a kid. I was
really young when that movie, and I want to say it was on TV or something. That. Bah, 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 bah.
Yeah, that's
it.
Yeah.
The sound. The blinds, was it metal blinds on the windows too?
I don't remember.
It looked like those thin,
them
white
shaking and
blinds, like the ones that are slightly aluminum, are really, thin ones. That's what it looked like. And
yeah,
did the
that's
same
what I'm
thing.
remembering.
They shook and vibrated and then sucked against the window, like air was being pushed towards them. Yeah. I thought about that too, actually. It's an old movie. Go look it up, Charlie, because it's pretty interesting.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I think.
Yeah.
Which was a Spielberg movie, right?
Yeah.
God.
And I want to say it was late 70s, early 80s, maybe.
Yeah, I agree, Heather. I think so.
1970.
And I remember the little boy in the train.
1977, aim?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
The little boy in the train, I remember there was a toy involved. Yes, his toy kept going off. I just, like, as she was describing that, I'm like, I swear that's in a movie.
Right. And a lot of this shit that we experience, regardless of whatever the stories are told, now maybe they're telling it in movies and stuff like that because that's some of the lore or whatnot. But at the same time, they are putting these things in our brains, or at least putting it into the minds of other even people that could be biofield concurrence, spreading it around. I don't know how any of this stuff works. I don't know why I thought of it all of a sudden, but I'll go ahead, Charlie.
What that would do then, that movie, should people experience what I experienced, would make them immediately think aliens. I didn't see that movie. I thought aliens, but
right.
It would make anybody else who experienced that immediately go, oh shit, aliens.
Right, because it came out in 77. So think about it, Charlie. Here you are, you know, you're young, you're a teenager or whatever, and that happens, and they probably figured it was something that had crossed your path in your younger years. You'd seen it on TV or you'd seen it at the movies or somewhere, right? And that's a trip. And somewhere you might have even seen the part of that scene and it just never registered, like on a TV trailer or something, because that's where your head went. You originally thought UFOs, right?
Immediately
So
aliens, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember they played that movie on TV.
They did.
They
originally eventually did, yes.
Because they used to have, like, it was either a Friday night or Saturday night, or maybe both. They would have a movie on TV. It was like, I don't remember, Channel 5 or something. I can't remember what, you know, exactly. I was little, but that's how I saw The Exorcist when I was 5.
And you read it when you were like in 6th grade, right?
17. No, I was 17 when I read that. I read that in the weekend.
I thought you read some Stephen King in middle school, right?
I read a shit ton of Stephen King.
I read
from
Stephen
middle
King
school
in
through
middle
high
school.
school.
But
I
I
got to
Dean
it
Koontz.
because the book was literally this thick.
Yeah.
So I always kind of put it off. But I had a whole collection of Stephen King. That movie.
I like Dean Koontz better though. I did.
The what?
I liked Dean Koontz books better for some reason.
I never got into that.
Stephen King, the scariest one I ever read was The Stand.
The Stand was such a good book. They did a pretty good. They did a pretty good job with all of his movies.
Yep.
The one where he was at the hotel, the Red Rum. What was that?
Shining.
The Shining.
Yeah.
The book was so much better.
Yeah.
But it was good. They did good. But that book.
The Stand, I thought, for as big a book as it was, Heather, they did a pretty good job with the miniseries. Like, it wasn't perfect, but they did a good job.
Well, I actually saw the miniseries and then I read the book because that was another one. Those were the 2 books that were like this freaking thick, and I was like, oh, I think I'll just go ahead and read the other one.
Yeah.
But yeah, The Stand was really good too.
Really, really good.
I know I'd see it through different lens if I read it now because that one I think it was early 20s when I read that one.
Yeah.
Or I think that's when that series came out.
Yeah.
If that scene does not have fluttering shutters with light coming through it, then I don't know what I'm remembering. I don't know.
Well, I remember that too.
Maybe it was a different movie, but I remember light coming in, and I swear I remember shades fluttering.
I think that happened in another movie where the guy was in the woods and he got lifted up.
Oh, that was scary. Travis.
Yeah,
God,
I can't remember the name of that movie.
I can't either. It escapes me right now. Oh,
here we go.
Whoa. Okay, but those aren't metal blinds, but they are still. I mean, it was still the same effect.
Did you see the knives?
No. Yeah. Did they get pulled? Were they magnetic?
Yes. Watch.
Magnetic. That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So the knives totally got sucked down for some reason.
So obviously it's magnetic there, but that was a freaky scene.
Yikes.
But your story reminded me of that. I am going to play. Go ahead.
Somebody in the chat had a similar story when she was 16 in Malta. Huge bright light through the window, massive noise in my head, vibration, and when it stopped, I was at the opposite end of the bed.
Yes, Fire in the Sky. That was the name of that movie. Heather, somebody just put it in the chat. But wow,
I hate
that's
that
crazy.
movie. That movie scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, it was scary.
Sup, Slime-tastic?
Hey, Slam.
I loved him too. I am going to play Charlie's Advocate here and just tell you guys of a real condition that happens where people do see things.
Charlie's Advocate. Okay.
Because she would be the one to find this out, but we found it out because my mother had, anybody who has macular degeneration can get this. It's called Charles Bonet syndrome.
Right.
And they basically, your brain, for lack of stimuli, will make stuff up. My mother had it, and she would see like big, huge vines growing in the corner of her dining room with big purple flowers and yellow centers. She saw a friend of hers who was long since deceased walk through her dining room and wave at her. She would look at my dog and then look at my face and laugh because his fur would superimpose on my face. And she was afraid to tell her doctor about it. I said, I'm sure there's nothing wrong with you. I know you're all there. I'll go with you. We'll tell the doctor. There's got to be an explanation. Sure enough, without a second thought, the doctor's like, oh, yeah, sure, she's got Charles Bonet syndrome. And he said people will call the police thinking there's clowns in their house or people are broken in. It's crazy. Yeah, your brain makes it up. So anybody out there with macular degeneration, if you're having anything like this, tell your doctor it is normal.
Wow.
My grandmother had that. She had to get shots in her eyes.
Oh, my mother had to get shots in her eyes. We're talking Clockwork Orange style, you know?
Yeah.
With the
cage
that
and I
holds
was
your
like,
eye.
I don't know how in the world you do that. I don't understand how you can. I'd lose my shit seeing that.
Oh, yeah.
Knock me the fuck out.
Horrible.
Right. And Monica, you can jump in whenever. I had to mute you. You have just a little bit of sound in the background. So when you're not talking, we'll mute it. Happens all the time. Crystal's back. Crystal's got something to say. I can just feel it. I know it.
I have a couple things to say, actually. When we were going through a lot of stuff in our family, and I was staying with my mom, she was going through multiple kidney stones. It was in 2014. And my sister was trying to detox from heroin. And during that time, she would go in my mom's office and just sleep. My mom made her a little air mattress on the floor and she would sleep. There weren't any lights in that room. There wasn't a lamp. The only thing in there was a small student desk with my mom's computer on it and then an old roll top desk that she used to store papers and files in. And we spent a lot of time that year praying because there was a lot of spiritual warfare going on. I would see shadow people walking through the house all the time, all kinds of crazy. We were trying to keep her husband from taking her back out because every time she'd get clean, he would come back around and the cycle would continue, right? And it was a very hard situation because my sister was like master's degree in education, very smart, loved the Lord, married the wrong guy and ended up addicted to heroin. It was a mess. And my nephew at the time was 4.5 when all this was going on. My sister was 40. And the first thing that happened, we were in the front room and we were talking and Jerry was fixing to go to the store and he was sitting on the couch and tying his shoes. And Zachary, my nephew, had my phone. I so wish I still had that phone because I had it for a long time and it quit working. But he had my phone and he had the camera open and he's looking at Jerry and we're both sitting on the couch and he's going, say hi, Uncle Jerry. And Jerry, of course, thinks he's talking to him, right? So Jerry goes, hi, Zachary, how you doing? Right? And then like 2 or 3 minutes go by, Jerry's still fiddling with his shoes. And Zachary looks at him again, giggling and laughing through the phone and says, say hi, Uncle Jerry. And Jerry's like, I told you hi, Zachary. What are you talking about? So I got up and I didn't say anything. And I walked around and sat next to Zachary on the love seat. And when I did, I seen what he was seeing through the lens of the camera. And from his perspective, there were white light beings walking back and forth through the house. So he's watching it. He can see it through the camera, but he can't see it in the air. And when he's telling Jerry to say hi, he wasn't telling Jerry to tell him hi. He was telling Jerry to tell the little angel guys hi. So, and it was so weird. And the funny part was we had a recording of about 20 seconds of it from two different little clips that Zachary had taken. Because like I said, he was 4.5. And I lost that. But the other thing that happened is my sister went through a complete week of detox. She was very sick. And we were sleeping in the extra bedroom. She was sleeping in the office. The wall that adjoined it, you'll see the picture. Booma's got the picture, is where my mom's roll top desk was. And basically, me and Jerry were in the bedroom watching a show on TV. Desiree was crying out in her sleep. She was having a very hard time. Sounded like she was being attacked. Sounded horrible. And so he got a little upset. So he didn't want to leave his mom's side. So I gave him headphones and my tablet to put on so he could go watch cartoons. And he could still lay next to Desiree in the dark and watch cartoons and at least be by his mama. This picture. So what happened was we were on the right side of that wall on the right. My sister's sleeping like where the bottom is on the floor. There's a window there behind my mom's desk. No lamps in that room, no nothing. And the wall growls. And when I say the wall growled, it growled, literally. And it was that wall, the wood wall. And I always hear spiritual things. I always have. And a lot of times I just don't say anything because too many times Jerry can't hear nothing and I just feel stupid because nobody else could hear it but me. And so that time I didn't have to do that because Jerry looked at me freaking out and he went, "Did you hear that?" I said, "Yeah, I heard it." He's like, "What are we going to do?" I said, "We're going to pray. What have we been doing with all the crazy going on in the house?" So I grabbed his hand and we sat on the end of the bed and we prayed Psalms 91 out loud. And the next morning, everything got quiet. Desiree quit yelling in her sleep, everything. The next morning, Zachary comes in. He goes, "Auntie," he says, "look at my pictures." I said, "What pictures, Zachary?" He said, "I don't know what it was, but when Mom was crying, I got scared last night. And something came in the room." And he said, "I believe it was a God soldier." That's what he called it. And he said, "And I wasn't scared and I couldn't see it, but I took these pictures thinking I could catch something," because he'd already had the experience of the video camera in the living room taking pictures of little white light being guys walking through the house. So he figured that might work. 4.5, very, very smart kid. Anyway, so he hands me the tablet and I open it and this is what the pictures look like. At the same time my sister was screaming and crying out in her sleep, there were demonic faces all in that window that you can see looking at her. And so I really do believe that God honors his word. And when you pray Psalms 91 out loud and you say he sends his angels to have charge over you in case you dash your foot against the stone, that he literally does. And I truly believe that's what we're looking at. Right down to where it looks almost like a sword going through the bottom of that stupid wall where it was growling. It's very weird. Really a big trip. But in a perfectly black room with no lamps. So it was a very, very interesting time. It was something, too, that even my poodle back then, Dusty, he could see them. He would see demonic faces outside the windows during that same period of time with a lot of spiritual warfare going on. And I would just look at him and tell him, because I swear my dog used to talk to me telepathically. I understood everything. He would look at me, and he would look out the window and look terrified. And then he'd look back at me again, and I'd go, "Don't worry about it. We prayed. They can't come in here. They have to stay out there." And he would go, like he was totally relieved. So yeah, that happened. And we actually caught a picture, which I thought was pretty amazing. But that's the picture. It's always on the front of my phone. I keep it there because it's close to my heart, because I truly do believe that God honors his word. And I do believe that he does have those angels out there watching over us, or we'd be in a lot bigger mess, period. So, especially with all the technology and all the crazy going on.
Right. And so a lot of times in addiction, like I experienced a lot of demonic stuff battling the stuff that I went through, especially when I was detoxing, and I went through some almost DTs, not quite seizures and stuff like that, coming off of alcohol at times. And I did it multiple times. I was considered a chronic relapser. But when you're around a lot of people that are taking a lot of drugs and coming on and off of them, or just dealing with drugs, you're having experiences like this. So I don't know if like it opens up like a portal for demons to have more access to you,
Right.
or what the heck the deal is. The same could be said for certain pharma drugs, I guess, the way that they
Yes.
formulate them. The same can be said for various music albums, if they have sorcery and stuff like that put into them, movies and all these like horror movies and stuff, especially the ones they used to make it back in the day. Not that they've changed anything, but back in the day, for some reason, they played on our imaginations more, and then we had these fucking like prototypes or these concepts or these constructs put into our brain for whatever reason, and they would play off of that and then feed it to us, whether it was demonic looking aliens, whether it was Slender Man, Hat Man, all these different things that people seem to see in mass. And when we had the internet, all of a sudden people could say like, I've experienced that too, I've seen that too. Charley had that when she's telling her experience about the blinds and stuff like that, and then next thing you know, boom, all these people, all you are talking about similar
Remember that movie? Yeah.
It's crazy how it works. I don't know exactly what's going on, but
I do believe there's something to that, Booma, that you're opening like an easier doorway to your own spirit. You know, and a lot of that I think about that they must be able to see in the spiritual realm. They must be able to see the weaknesses in your biofield. Any place that you've had trauma, any place that hasn't been resolved and healed. And they know that can be an open doorway if it's messed with enough, or if there's enough trauma that none of it's healed, or if, you know, somebody is altering their perception beyond what their norm is.
They look for cracks in your foundation.
It makes total sense to me that it literally is a physical construct, that they can see our biofield. They know exactly where our weaknesses is. It's why they know how to play each person differently from somebody else. Because they're looking at your past, present, and future through your biofield, your spiritual, your emotional, all of your different parts. They've got to be able to see where the weaknesses are and where the strengths are. Just makes sense to me.
I've done a lot of things. Oh, go ahead, Monica. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say real quick. It's interesting you say that, because I definitely agree that it's the fear that they can sense or see.
Yes.
I really wish I could say, though, that okay, so in order for those things to stop, for me, because I remember I would cry out to Jesus. This is back when I was in church.
Mm-hmm.
And I would cry, and I would get so upset, and I'd say, you know, in Jesus' name, you know, I rebuke you, or in Jesus' name, I would just call on to Jesus to help me when I would have those visits. And I was very afraid even when I would say, call out to Jesus. But then I remember I became irritated and frustrated. I was getting tired of these visits. And I finally got to a point where I was not afraid anymore. And I was becoming more brave. And I would tell it myself, like, you're not welcome here. Get out of my house, you know, leave or whatever. And I remember just that fear was gone to the point to where I was annoyed. Like, oh, here we go again. Really? And,
no, I've been annoyed before. I know how that feels.
Right. And so I would just tell it to leave, and I would wake up instantly. And then I would hear a smack on the wall, like it pushed out against a wall. I would hear my TV shake, like it ran through the TV. But yeah, so I think when you're, whatever it is you believe in, when you really wholeheartedly believe that your God, your source, or you yourself have the power to, you know, I'm not afraid anymore kind of thing, then it goes away.
I know someone that had a lot of weird, like, abduction stories, right? Things, and she felt the same way, because she said she cried out to Jesus and nothing happened. It wasn't until she went through like a bloodline denouncement, and this is the truth, like, she went on for like 10 years being taken out of her by her body physically, but, you know, dimensionally through walls, everything else, and being experimented on. Even twice was pregnant up to 4 months, then not pregnant, like the baby just disappeared. They couldn't find the baby anymore. Those kind of things. It wasn't until she went through like a bloodline denouncement that she did herself, because she couldn't find a church or somebody that really understood how to help her. Because, of course, to them, it was just demons, and they weren't looking at a deeper root meaning or what could be causing it, or what was the tie, what was the connection that was still allowing this entity, whatever it was, to have that access to her, right? And so she went through and read some books about blood covenant and about generational blood covenants. And because of that, she was led to write out herself. She wrote out like a long denouncement, and she prayed that to God and asked God to cut these ties. And after she did that, the next time it happened to her, she said, in the name of Jesus, and it stopped. So I do believe it's an authenticity. I completely agree with you on that, Monica. And your faith, and also knowing those little intricacies that we haven't been taught about the spiritual realm. What are all their rules? What are all their policies? What can they get away with? Because we know they walk the line, right? They do as much as they can get away with before God puts the bitch slap on them. And that's the truth. And so, and then like you said too, we have tech. So it's very hard at times to know where to draw the line between what is tech and what is spiritual, because there's both. They're both operating in the quantum realm. Even if they're different, they're still operating in that same ether. Doesn't matter, right?
What do you think about maybe them being like more or less the same thing, as opposed to they both exist, but when you are in a state of fear,
right,
you are in a lower frequency,
yep.
Right? And so you are going to be amongst the entities that are also existing in those lower frequencies. You are going to be able to perceive that which exists in the lower frequencies. And that can happen just from being afraid, but it can also happen.
What is that chart?
This is a chart. Is it backwards?
Which is blurry.
The red's at the top.
Yeah, I should.
It's all good.
I'll post it in your Telegram chat.
It can also be, though, a gift of discernment, because you know what I'm saying? Because like I've seen good and bad in the spiritual realm. I've seen both, and I'm not really afraid of it anymore at all, because God showed me that I have Luke 10:19 authority. I've been able to stand against it. So I'm not afraid of it. Even if I can't win in this physical body, I know who has me. So I'm not worried about the end result. I don't plan on being here forever, So, and for that reason, I don't really have fear of it. Yeah, we all have the kind of thing where you get like, when something like sleep paralysis just does that to you. I've only had it happen 4 times in my whole life. That's it. And the last 2 times, one of them was actually God allowing it because I was taught a very valuable prayer warring, like kind of a spiritual law that I didn't know. And about protecting myself in prayer when I was going over to help somebody else. And so, but I agree, when you're in the low frequencies, it must make you like a beacon. You must just be like a bright light. They can just find you.
Yes.
Honestly, I can say when I was having my night paralysis, I swear it has something to do with hormonal changes, because my first one was like at 16. I've had partial ones, lots of partial ones where they start and I shake myself out of it. But the full-on ones that I've had were during my childbearing years.
Yep.
And then as I was like perimenopausal, and I'm like, this hormones must have something to do with this. Something.
It does, because there's been actual cases too of women who went through like the type of abductions and stuff that I've talked about, that it happened from the time they started their periods around 12 or 13. And then for whatever reason, something happens and they get a hysterectomy and it stops it. It never happens again after that. So
I haven't had
I do believe it has some kind of connection to the whole Genesis 6 thing, because it's just another way of experimentation on genetics. But we don't have all the answers. I don't think we need to. We just need to know, be sure of ourselves, like Monica said. Stand in your authenticity and I stand on God's word, because he's never let me down, so
same.
Yeah.
Yep. He stopped it before. I feel very protected. I have had, besides using Jesus's name to stop a night terror, I feel super protected. There are, like Monica, I think, was talking about times where something happens, or you were, Dorian, where you feel like you should have died and you didn't. Something happened to change it. I've had periods like I've had that happen to me.
Me too.
Sometimes I wonder, is it a guardian angel around me? What is it? We were in Savannah one time walking down the street around 9:30 at night. Savannah, Georgia, and heading back to our hotel with our daughter. She went to college there, but as we were walking down the sidewalk, this guy rounded the backside of a van and started walking diagonal across the street toward us. Big, tall guy, like he was about 6'6", and he had an umbrella in his hand, not the short ones that open up. He had a long umbrella in his hand, and he started walking diagonally towards us. And he's like, "Hey, guy, do you have maybe like $5? I need gas money." He was saying. And it wasn't raining out. It hadn't rained all day. There was no rain in the forecast. And I'm like, what the hell's up with the umbrella? And, all of a sudden he just stopped and said, oh, never mind. And he turned away from us and walked back. And I'm like, what the hell made him stop? Do I have a bigger guy, bigger than him behind me? Because I don't know what made him stop. But he just stopped. And I felt like something bad was about to happen as he was coming towards us.
I had a situation where we were living in Hemet. I can't
hear you, Crystal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I got to go out and come back.
Okay.
Everybody's dropping off. The ghosts are scaring them away. Where's Hemet? Is Hemet in Tennessee?
No, it's in Cali. There was a neighbor that lived around the corner that was dealing drugs to all of the teenagers, especially the homeless ones in the area. And they called him the Wizard. He was really into really bad occultism. Some really dark stuff. And he did not like us. He would walk around with both his pit bulls in front of our fence of our duplex, always sneering, always had an attitude. I would go out there and watch because the crosswalk from the elementary school was in front of our house, and his dogs had already bitten 2 kids, and they had taken it to the mayor and everything, and nothing happened, right? So because of that, whenever my grandkids were getting out and stuff, I'd always go watch. I'd watch for the little ones, make sure they were okay. So I was getting ready to go to the bathroom, and I used to always let Dusty out to pee when I would go pee. So I'd let him out, and he would just run inside our little fenced-in front yard and then back up to the door, and he was done. So I went pee and run back out to the front door because in the middle of going pee, I heard him bark and then stop. And that wasn't Dusty. He'd always bark till I came and opened the door and let him back in. So I went out there. I looked everywhere for him. I looked all over the whole, area, screaming his name, crying. Because, this is my AKC registered million pedigree poodle that I loved. His name was Dusty Peach Panache. That was his name on his papers. He is super cute. And he was 9 years old. And couldn't find him nowhere. So I called Jerry at work, hysterical, and I'm like, I don't know what happened. I told Jerry what happened. I said, I went to the bathroom, I came out, Dusty's gone. And so Jerry automatically dropped in his spirit. The Lord told him, you need to go check that dude's house. So Jerry got off work early, so probably around 9 o'clock at night, rolled up on dude's house with the lights off. He was standing over the top of my dying dog, demonically chanting, where he had let his 2 pit bulls maul Dusty. And then from what they said at the 24-hour hospital, they mauled him, and then he pulled him off of them, and they mauled him again, and they pulled him off of him and mauled him again. So he had different levels of trauma and intestinal rips all over his stomach. Jerry just ran in and scooped him up. He didn't even talk to the dude because he was so upset about the dog. He just grabbed him, took him straight to the 24-hour hospital, but they couldn't save him. He was bleeding too profusely and had just so many tears in his intestine. There was no way to save him. So went to the city. They did nothing as usual. No big deal at all. Guy got away with it again. So I made it my personal vendetta to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning every single day and pray for an hour and a half against everything he was doing in the neighborhood, because he was trying to open up things, summon things, bring things in dark around the kids. A lot of teenage kids that were like on the verge of being homeless or very bad childhoods that would walk around there that I would talk to. They would always end up over at his house and end up really wasted, 3 o'clock in the morning, leaving, And on my birthday, on April 8th, my kids come over, my grandkids come over, Jerry, and I'm in the house getting ready, and they're all outside playing, and Jerry goes to get in the car, and Erica and John and the kids go to get in their car, and Jerry yells for me. He's like, we're ready to go. I'm like, okay. So I come walking out the edge of the screen door, and this dude out of nowhere, this is like after a month and a half of praying everything I can against him, right? Asking God to handle it. he comes running full force towards Jerry with his fist drawn back, cussing Jerry, screaming at the top of his lungs. Jerry's not scared of him. Jerry's like a half a foot taller than him. Jerry just looks at him and draws his fist back, thinking he'd run towards the car door, and then he just hit him. And as he ran towards Jerry, something just grabbed him and slapped him backwards on the ground, straight up, out of there, nothing there. And then he got up and he was kind of all confused and everything. And Jerry was like freaked out because Jerry didn't realize what was happening. He just realized the dude tried to get to him and couldn't. And he tried to run towards Jerry again. Same thing, just slap right on the ground. Couldn't get up. That time he got up all confused and upset and just walked home. But totally Jerry was protected. So I totally believe God can protect us. Sometimes God allows us to experience stuff. I totally agree with what Charlie said, though, too, about the whole lower frequency and resonance. I think it, just like being a very high frequency and loving on people and being authentic as a good frequency, that is like a beacon. I think those lower frequencies is even a bigger beacon. And they're looking for that. And I also think it must make it easier for some of those energies to get across and bother you, because maybe it makes that ability for them to adhere to your body a little easier, or to bother you more in this realm a little easier. Like a bigger
maybe it's better to harvest energy from you.
Yes, that's
right.
true.
And that's why the news is always pushing fear. That's why a lot of stuff that you'll see on the internet is pushing fear, panic about. I mean, for the longest time, it was civil war here in America. Not that, I mean,
they're still pushing it, Booma, all the time.
And I still think it's a possibility that they might actually move it forward, but they always want you to be in that fear state. And they always want to, like, it's like the boy that cried wolf, you know? It's like you keep thinking wolf coming, and it just keeps you paralyzed in fear and lowers your frequency. And then you start, I mean, shit, like years ago, when I was still caught up in all this stuff, watching like Hamwino and these guys are selling all that, like, 20-year food or whatever it was like bunker food and shit like that. He sold me on all kinds of stuff. That Grifton piece of shit acts like a Christian. He's selling all that stuff to make you think, you know, you gotta be prepared for the you know, just in case everything goes down and blah blah blah. All these guys were selling that stuff for a time. Now they don't talk about that nearly as much. But there was a huge fear push that the white hats are about ready to save the day, but it could cause, you know, the power grid go down and all this kind of stuff. They're pushing fear all the time, but when I was in that cult, that was the whole thing. You'd get text messages, or mostly in the group. I started getting them when I was working as a editor near the end. But most of the time, it was an email that would get broadcasted out, and it would be like, emergency Zoom, the mother of darkness has infiltrated the team, and it was like always this fear shit from this guy that claims that he doesn't do fear. He's the most paranoid man ever. But in the cult, that's what they do. They're always paralyzing you with fear. This is happening. Something's going on. Mother of darkness has entered the team. Everybody needs to say the invocation. Everybody needs to pray. We need to gather. We need to cover each other in prayer. And you do that constantly, and it keeps people in a fear state. People from that group, even to this day, the ones that have left, some of them I think are still in fear states constantly.
Well, you know what happens is it literally causes like an adrenal overload, because you're in hypervigilance all the time. And hypervigilance, I grew up as a kid continually in hypervigilance. And even as an adult, it's a hard thing I deal with, just because how I always was on alert when I was a kid. Always had to be the adult, always had to be ready to react. Used to upset my dad because he realized when he's older and apologized. But when I was young and he was drinking and stuff, that it made such an impact on me that even in my late like 40s or 30s, my dad would walk by me in the house and go to open up the cabinet and get a coffee cup out, and I would be standing at the sink and I would flinch because I was so used to getting hit that I just expected it, right? So like even as a grown-ass adult and 40, I'm still going and not realizing, because my body was ready to get the hell out the way and protect it, right? That was what it was. But I do believe that right there can make you sick all by itself, the whole hypervigilance thing. I don't believe being a prepared individual is a bad thing. Noah was a first prepper. Okay. Noah prepped, you know, Noah took enough food to last him when he went on the boat. And not
but he was being told directly from God.
He was.
Not by
but
some
that's what you're supposed to do. Not from your text messages. Exactly. It's not supposed to be from your text messages. But if God tells you, you need to buy that and put it away, which God has done to me before, then you go and put it away.
Hey, but Gene Decode is God's father, all right?
Oh, Lord.
God is in a coma, so don't worry. He's got it. He's holding the whole universe in his hand.
And I couldn't handle. The only other time I've watched him is Booma when you sent us stuff to watch, because I couldn't believe what I was hearing when he was saying all these outlandish things.
Look, it got worse as it went on. When he first came on, I mean, he said some stupid shit early on, but then people must have been like, you can't say that kind of stuff or whatever, and he cleaned it up the time I had listened to him. But when I listened to him, it was all about Jesus, or at least the Christian stick enough, because he was on this guy with, it was a fake Christian, Rick of Blessed Teach. But he was talking about dumbs. He was talking about his experiences working in submarines, so he thought he was a Navy guy. He's talking about some stuff that I think is legit. So when we talk about this technology and whatnot, I think that they really can project 3D holographic. I mean, I think 3D is a holographic existence here in 3D. This is what we are, what we're in. That's why the biofield is invisible to our naked eye. Some people can see it, I guess, but like overall, people don't just walk on and see your biofield and stuff like that. But he's talking about
we're the best quantum living computer that God's put out there. I mean, he made us.
Right, and so there's this tech where like you can literally corporeally create a holographic something where you can physically touch it and not know the difference. I mean, he had us thinking that like, a third of the people that we see here are just holographic corporeal beings. So whether that's true or not, demonic stuff, I have no idea. We talked about some of this stuff where it's just like what we're talking about here, the idea that there could be, it was Gene Decode, for those who don't know. But there could be tech that existed even going back. I don't know if we actually went through caveman times and whatnot, or if that's just a story that we're given. But earlier on, there could have been a reset where this technology just existed in the background. Now we're just seeing what's publicly available. So we could be getting messed with for all these centuries or whatever, however long this has been, by certain technology that has existed this whole time.
True.
Because then you get into talks about Lemuria and Atlantis, Tartaria, and all this kind of stuff. Is it real? I don't fucking know, but possibilities that this stuff existed and then either destroyed itself and we recreated, or it was on purpose, that it was led to its demise at that time, and then resets happened along the way. I don't know. So
isn't that kind of like what the mud floods were about? That we had different civilizations that went through resets and they tried to cover it up.
Yeah. How can you explain the mountains and plateaus that look just like trees? You can't. Exactly. So there was something, and a lot of that stuff I think is antediluvian, but I also think a lot of that stuff, like Atlantis, was pre-Adamic. It was a completely different timeline, and for whatever reason, it wasn't allowed to continue. That's what I do know. There was something that God did not like about it. Whatever it was, whatever they were doing, who knows? It may have been a prior attempt at something like what they did at the Tower of Babel. Because I never believed that was never about reaching heaven that way. It was building a portal and a way to get there another way. So
I sometimes I feel that whenever people know too much, globally, people start relearning again.
Yes.
And that's when we have a cataclysmic reset.
Because you know what? They actually call that one language decoder that changes language from language. There's an app right now that you can download on your phone called Babel. That's what it's called. And that's what it does. You can speak English to it. It makes it Swahili or Russian or whatever you need. And it can do it in real time to where you can be talking to the person and it's typing it out for you. So we literally have recreated the Tower of Babel before the language.
Yeah, and it's funny that it is named Babel because when they started building the Tower of Babel, wasn't that when God separated people?
Yes, that's when he separated.
They would not be able to speak the same language, and they wouldn't understand each other. So it's so.
And now look what's coming in.
And he transported them different places in the world too.
And now look what's coming in with technology, where we can just talk into our phone and communicate with each other, even with different languages, or you can hold the phone up and it'll read a German sign and put it in English for you.
Right. We have created it. We just don't realize it.
Babel is still going. It's coming back.
That app has been around for a very long time, for at least 15 years, because I used to use it when I sold jewelry.
Yeah.
when we get people that came in and didn't speak English. They use
Pretty
it all the
mind-
time.
Now they have it when you see like the world leaders meet. They just put an earpiece or whatever, and they talk to each other as if they're just talking their fucking language. It's crazy.
When you think
Right.
of it, though, computer code itself has made a universal language, like everywhere. It's
Yeah.
math, and math is the original language. It's God's design. So, like, I mean, they've done it with math too. So that's made it possible. All the stuff that we have now for technology, it has.
Right.
Going
Just so
back,
you guys know, there's a
Best
little bit of a
copy of
thunderstorm, lightning storm going on here. So if I
Okay.
blank out all of a sudden, I got
Here
30
too.
minutes to come back on.
Here
just so
too.
you know.
We had it earlier, Booma.
Really?
So it was coming your way.
just briefly going back to what Monica was saying about mud floods and whatnot. I just heard something new today. I'd never heard before, and I want to look into it more. But I was listening to a podcast today, and they were talking about how there's all these steamships that are found buried under cornfields in like Iowa. They're digging up these
Wow.
steamships. Well, that to me says mud flood, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like hundreds. It's not like one or two. It's hundreds.
Send me that link, Amy.
Like
if you
200.
find it. I want to read.
I
That's
will send it
interesting.
to you. I'm still listening to it, and I'm like, what? This is
That's
something new I
crazy.
haven't heard. Not saying it's true. I just heard it today, so I
Right.
don't know.
Definitely interesting.
It is fascinating.
You got to be careful, MK. Every once in a while, you fall for something like Satan's little season.
Oh, stop that!
Just playing.
Stop that!
What, MK? I went to my and
flat
I
earth.
go to the lady that cuts my mom in my hair. My mom was like, she's a conspiracy theorist, and I was like, well, that's interesting. Let's go to her. And so I went in there this last time when I got this cut, and she was talking about Satan's little season. I was like, no. She believes. She totally believes we're in
serendipitous.
Satan's little season.
Maybe you
That's
should
funny.
be hearing about it or something. Maybe that's the universe telling you, or God telling you, "Hey,
No, it's testing my
This is out there.
discernment. God's like, okay, I'll throw another one at him and see if he falls for it. I'm like, nope. And so, anyways, it was kind of funny.
too funny."
But some of the stuff, yeah, like the problem with some of this, I mean, I think a lot of it is true to a degree, like the mud fossils and
Yes.
all that kind of stuff. I don't know what to think about Tartaria or what it really was, but that's where you have the info agents of this day and age replicating exactly what they've always done over time, where they muddy everything up. You got the Gnostics that took the Gospels in a different direction, or immediately try to twist the truth into something that it's not. Somebody posted in here, Tartaria has become a major grift. Absolutely, they all have. So Gene would talk about the Sumerian tablets, and it would be his interpretation, even though that guy probably can't read a damn thing that has to do with the Sumerian tablets. He'd talk about Enlil and Enki. He would talk about Tartaria. He'd talk about...
Have you
think
ever
that-
been to Michael Heiser's website that's called Stitching Was Wrong? It's freaking hilarious. He did a whole website on it where he went through and proved that everything that Stitchin said was not what the tablets said. He went through.
Gene Decode would say that Stitchins was a negative fifth dimensional Draco. reptilian. So there you go. Who fucking knows? I don't know. if
Heiser
Michael
just did
Heiser
his
knows.
on like a scholarly level. He showed the actual Sumerian and everything, and then he showed.
So he's super indoctrinated. I'm gonna push back on anybody you bring up that I don't know, Crystal, because
That's funny.
I don't trust anybody.
I just thought it was a cool thing to do for a website. So instead of arguing with him or debating with him, he just made a whole damn website about it.
Because there was another guy that I think he's still out there, Wes Penray. He did a lot of work with the Sumerian tablets and little Enki stories, and he had communications with Stitchins and said it was not good communications or whatever. And a lot of people, yes, have issues with Stitchin
His
and all that.
interpretation.
I mean, I think he was completely controlled. I just think that anybody that gets to a certain level, whether it's mainstream or you got a book out there that's doing really well, or you got
Or
you're
eschatology.
featured in a show or something like that, you've signed something. Even
Charlie
if you
said
don't
that
know what
that's
you
true.
fucking signed, you are in the club. It's
Right.
well, I don't know who Michael Heiser is. I would look at how many people he has following. I hear scholarly now, though, and I think indoctrinated. Fuck them.
He was one of the very first people of this last 20 years that really did a lot of writing and scholarly articles about Genesis 6. and also how it was still proved out in the Bible in different places in Psalms, how the council is the heavenly council is mentioned, and he wasn't.
You would.
I like
sisters staying together. Sisters stick together. All right, I don't want to talk about Michael Heiser anymore because I don't know who he is. So it is what it is. Let's get back to some boogada. Who's got some scary shit?
I do have another story if you want to hear it.
Yes,
but I don't want to step on anybody else's toes if anybody else has
stomp on people's toes here, MK. You just do the stomp.
Yeah, I'm not bad for like somebody that's under 5 foot tall, huh? Got a big mouth.
Kick some ass. Wait, you're under 5 foot tall?
4'11".
No, really?
Oh my goodness, you're a little person.
I am just a little person like Valeda.
I know you and Valeda. Oh my god.
Yes.
I think you might be a little taller than Valeda.
I am a little taller than her. I'd love to hang out with her.
That's why that gun looks so big. It's because your stride and everything is so tiny.
That's exactly why it looks so big.
So you guys are powerful women, though. That's awesome. All right, go ahead though with your story.
So this happened to my daughter and myself. I witnessed it. I used to do decorative hand painting in people's houses, and I was hired by, again, another friend to do something in his bathroom. And he said to me, "I just want to tell you though, the previous owner committed suicide in the house. Is that going to bother you?" And I said, "Well, as long as it wasn't in the bathroom, I guess I'm okay with it." And he goes, "Well, he was a nice guy. I knew him. He was nice. So he had been his neighbor." And I said, "No, I'll do it." So I did it. And I had dropped off my daughter to preschool before I did the job. And then I had to clean up and go pick her up. But I wasn't done cleaning my brushes, and it was literally right down the end of the street to pick her up at preschool. So I had left my brushes in his kitchen sink, and I went and grabbed her and brought her back to the house. I showed her what I did in the bathroom, and I said, "Okay, just wait right there. I got to finish cleaning my brushes up." So I'm at the kitchen sink. She's probably like, I don't know, 8 feet away from me, kind of standing in the doorway of this little den. And all of a sudden, the clock on the wall, which was exactly like one I had in my living room, started chiming, and mine chimed exactly the same way. And all of a sudden she started freaking out. She's 4 years old. She's like, Mama, we got to go. And I'm like, "What's the matter? Let me just a minute. I'm doing my brushes." And she's like, "No, Mom, we got to go now." And I'm like, "Lindsay, let me just get my brushes clean." I literally threw those brushes. She headed for the door. She was like, "We got to go now, Mom." She was getting frantic by the second. And I finally threw all my brushes in a plastic bag, soaking wet, still paint on them, wiped out his sink, and I caught her before she opened up the door to leave. And I'm like, "What is the matter, Lindsay?" She goes, "I was scared in there, Mom. I was scared." And she couldn't tell me what scared her, but she was just frightened. So that night when my friend came home, he called me and he said, "Hey, it was a great job. I really loved it. Looks nice." And I said, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" I said, where did that guy commit suicide?" And he said, "Oh, in the little den off the kitchen." My daughter was right in that doorway, and she was terrified. So she sensed something in that house. And I'm like, wow, that's really freaky, because my daughter just tore out of your house, scared to death.
From that same location.
Yeah. She wasn't in the den. She was in the doorway of the den. And it was just a tiny little den. It was probably 16, 18 feet from where I was standing, and she was kind of halfway in between.
Wow.
It was just freaky. But she sensed something, and it really scared her. And it couldn't have been the clock, because it was exactly like our clock in our living room.
It's crazy to think like I had more like horrific experiences, I guess, as a kid, but more with sleep and the darkness. I hated the dark, night light, and all that kind of stuff. Maybe we're more easily influenced, or maybe we're more sensitive. Like, what do you guys think on that topic?
More sensitive.
I think it's more sensitive.
More sensitive. And then the world changes our perception of what we're experiencing, and we don't tune into those things as much, or we become cognitively dissonant. Or cognitive dissonance with it. We shut it out of our brain. We compartmentalize. We logically and reason it away. make excuses for it and those kinds of things. And yet children seem to be able to sense these things that we, when we get older, don't always aren't able to experience. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, I have a quick story.
Mm-hmm.
So back in San Antonio, I used to go to my sister's house a lot. We would hang out a lot. And one night we were having dinner, and after dinner, she wanted dessert. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with H-E-B grocery stores. It's a Texas thing. But anyway. So she, her and her husband decided they were going to go to H-E-B and go get some pies. And I stayed back and I washed dishes. So they leave, and their front door, they have two doors. You know, they have the cage-looking door that you lock, and they have the regular wooden door. So they leave. I'm washing dishes, and I just happen to see in my peripheral vision, I see somebody walking down the hallway, and it looks like her husband. So I'm thinking, oh, okay, I guess they came back. Maybe they forgot something, his wallet or whatever. So I'm still washing dishes, and time goes by, and I'm like, that's weird. You know, where'd he go? So I walk down the hallway because that's where he went, and I'm calling out his name, Victor. I'm like, Victor, are you here? Are you still here? And I look through all the bedroom doors. I go to their master bedroom, and it's open, and they have a bathroom in there, and the light is on. And so I'm like, Victor, are you in here? Because I didn't want to walk in on him. No sound, like nothing. So I go in their room. I look in the bathroom. Nobody's there. So I come back out, and I'm looking everywhere, the living room, all their bedrooms. I'm like, where the heck is this guy? So I call my sister. I'm like, hey, did you guys come back? She said, no, we're just now pulling up the grocery store. And I'm like, you're kidding me. And she's like, no, why? And I'm like, I literally saw your husband walking down the hallway. She said, what? Now, my sister has always known her house is weird. Like, it's an old house back in San Antonio. She's like, oh my freaking God, are you? I'm like, it looked clear as day. The way he walks, a little hunched over, because he's in the military. And I'm like, I saw him walking down the hallway. She's like, no, we're at the grocery store. And a lot of stuff, like she would record orbs or take photos or record, and you could see little flying orbs that you knew wasn't dust, wasn't a bug. They were too big. She had a cat that would hiss and meow, like it looked like it was looking at something. So, yeah, ghostly stuff.
Yes.
I don't know what that was, but I saw him walking down the hallway.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain some of this stuff. Charley, our expert skeptic.
Charley.
I don't know how I was awarded that title, but I'll take it. It's fun.
In Paranormal 1, you were given all the other reasons what could be going on with some of this stuff. Remember?
Right.
So you're the ghost killer. You're the paranormal destroyer.
Listen, I think we kind of nailed it, right? With we were talking about perception and how our perception changes due to various influences, electromagnetic, of course, just nope. Oh. It's got really cold in here all of a sudden.
You just blew it. You recognized
really
it.
See, Charley freaking scared the ghost away. She's the ghost killer.
I am. I'm the Ghostbuster. That was a sneaky one. That was real sneaky.
As you hold your juxtaposition cup, I wonder how that guy's doing. He texted me yesterday.
He did.
You
watch your show?
I got a little love for Juxta, no matter how mean he gets sometimes, and I'll just be honest. But his audio and his video in his presentations is not linked up, and it drives me nuts because I got OCD when it comes to editing, and I just tried to ask him what he's recording with, and he seemed to get a little upset with me, wouldn't tell me, and I was like, all right, well, just trying to help. Good luck, buddy. He's like, the audio sounds great at the podcast, it works perfectly. I'm like, you go. Anyways, back to the Ghostbuster, Charley.
Well, that's cool. I'm glad you guys are are making up again. You keep making up and breaking
I don't
up.
know if we're really making up. We're tolerating each other and finding out where we're at. I think that's how I look at it.
Okay, testing the waters.
Right.
Feeling it out. All right. The saga continues.
I wonder what Juxta, but do you not wonder what Juxta might think? Juxtaposition, if you guys don't know who he is, I've hosted him on the channel before and whatnot. But you wonder what he thinks of ghosts and paranormal activity.
Oh, NATO Gladio, for sure.
Right. It's all military operation, right?
Yeah, well, maybe he'd be right.
Poppycock.
Poppycock, balderdash, and mendacity.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it would be interesting to get his take on the paranormal. It would be really interesting.
Right, and then it'd be interesting to capture him and take him into, I guess, this Fulton insane asylum and drop him off there in the middle of the night and lock him in and see how he does. How'd you do in there, buddy? How was the night there in this haunted fucking insane asylum? Huh? What do you think of that? Military operation, Gladio, military, balderdash, mendacity. All right. Sorry we did that to you, sir. Just being crazy. What are we talking about again?
Charley debunking all of our stories.
I know. I don't know if it's debunking because this is the other thing we gotta wrestle with. The experiences are real.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Our perceptions are maybe being manipulated by something spiritual, paranormal, or technology based, whatever you want to call it. The experiences are real. What are they?
Yeah, we're trying to examine them from different angles that we may not have initially done. You know, we're trying to, see if there are other possible conclusions than the ones that we have sort of adopted and clung to,
Right.
It's a good exercise in perception because, everyone's discernment is getting locked. Their perception is getting locked up. So the more angles we can look at things from, instead of, being attached to our stories, the better, I think, on every level, especially at a time when everyone is just so myopic, and there's so much certitude in our positions about things. It's almost like a call to just be a little more humble, to not lean into our own understanding, right? As the Bible says, these are things a lot of things we probably can't understand, So I think it's wise to be careful about assigning causative factors too. I mean, it's great to hypothesize and stuff, but I think sometimes, I know I've done it, I just get locked into my story, the one I told, the one I've been telling, the one I believe. And then once I kind of adjust my aperture or get some outside input, things start to morph and change. So I like that we do that here. I like that everyone's got that neuroplasticity still. Not everybody does in the world anymore.
Yeah, it is. I think it's healthy to be skeptic and to exercise discernment by challenging your beliefs. I don't think God is challenged. I think God welcomes the conversation when you question these things, regardless of where you stand with those kinds of stuff. It's just and JK's putting some stuff in there. He's asking what we think of as Jesus's profession, Christ's profession on earth. But when you think about, so let's think of biblical, even if you don't believe in it, transfiguration on the mountain. Would that not feel like you're seeing ghosts if you were Peter and you're up there and you're looking at Moses and was it Elijah?
Yes.
Moses and Elijah up there on the mountain all of a sudden transfigured with Jesus Christ?
But they didn't perceive it quite as that. They perceived it almost as being lifelike and alive.
Right. It's almost like they were transported from one dimension into that dimension on the mountain.
Right. And now that we know about all this tech, we have to always ask ourselves, where is it coming from? I could tell you one thing, tech's not going to care what you call it or what kind of authority you use. that's not the same. You know, I mean, it makes a difference.
And we know with neuromodulation, because we talk about that all the time, right? Neuromod. So with neuromodulation, that alters our perception.
Yes,
and how long have we been being neuromodulated, guys?
Our whole lives at this point, I believe.
Right. I mean, Sabrina says around, 50 years at least, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if that's true, then yeah, everybody in here, basically our whole lives.
Just like social engineering, they've been, and just the latest plans, I think, since World War II have been hardcore. Like they've been pushing it out, the agendas, the way they want things to be planned, hardcore for at least 100 years. They've been straight up.
The perception management of the UFO programming, the space program, all of that, so that we jump to these conclusions as they're futzing with their tech.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
and they promote the TV shows, Charlie. They put the TV shows out to make you, you know what I'm saying, for other things for you to hook in your brain together.
Yep, the Ghost Hunters shows, all of the ones that have, History Channel, and this is my belief. They also put the Enoch out there too, and the Nephilim stuff. So they want us to jump to that too. So there's a lot of perception management that's been going on for probably.
But I also believe that even the church themselves was engineered not to look into that, like at both ways. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So which way is right? Because like for a lot of years, nobody taught about that at all.
Yeah.
At a time in history when technology has increased, that we went from buggies and horses, which have been for hundreds of years, to planes, trains, automobiles, TVs, every kind of, machine, everything all at the same time. So it's weird. It's like, which side is trying to deceive who? That's the thing.
Right. The 501Cs and what they're, dishing out is definitely perception management as far as I'm concerned.
You'll have your best life now, don't you know?
Right.
Well, Charlie, going back to what you were saying, so when you mentioned Enoch, the Book of Enoch, and so you're saying that was not real, or what were you?
Well, no, I don't have an actual full opinion about whether or not Enoch is real. I tend to lean more towards I think that it's valuable, the first text especially, but I also think that it's being forced upon people, pushed for some reason in the algorithms and in network television even, which is fishy to me. And the thing
wasn't pushed for JK and I. Algorithms weren't necessarily favorable to our Enoch. I mean, but JK did make it 4-hour episodes. Like, how many did we do? 4 episodes and a Booma panel? Like, bro. Anyway.
But if these were texts that they didn't want, anyways. That aside, I do think that there is some evidence that it's being artificially pushed into the Christian mind right now, especially while we're all being drawn out of the biblical basics that we need to get back to. People have lost that. Everybody's busy with Enoch and the Nephilim right now, and they're not solid on the basics. They don't even know that just read all the red parts of the Bible first, right? Everything that Jesus said, you got to have that down first before you even think about cracking into Enoch or the Nephilim.
Very
people
true.
are jumping right into that. And all that stuff, it's all, it's exciting. That's why people like it. But is that what you're here for religion? Exciting?
I didn't like it, Charlie. That was the whole thing. For me, it was a fight. I did not want to read those books because I was so socially engineered not to believe that I was allowed to read those books that I was afraid to read those books. Truth. So for me, it was different. I still think to this day, if it hadn't been something that God actually gave me the green light on, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have read any of the Apocrypha. And now I'm glad I did because it made more understanding to me on a historical perspective of what's going on, made more sense to me on what I'm seeing in science and technology and education, everywhere else, right? But even in that, I agree with you, because the Gnosticism has gotten pushed so hard that people are more concerned about what their knowledge level is than what did Jesus say, and more about, you know, who knows more than who, right? Instead of worrying about what, you know, Jesus said, love God, love one another. Most people can't even get that right. So it's like,
yeah. And what did Jesus say? You don't understand the things of this world. How then can I explain the things of heaven to you?
Yes.
You know, these paranormal things.
Yes.
Jesus made it clear, like, y'all don't even know how to walk right as a human.
Right.
How are you going to figure that out? You know,
you want to divide people over their foreskin, let alone anything deeper. You know what I'm saying? It's like there was so many, even back then, you know, I believe it was an historical perspective, much like the Legend of the Jews was, the Antiquities of the Jews. Those are very good books to read because there's a lot of history and it actually makes it make a lot of sense. But once again, it shouldn't be first. I agree with you. You need to understand who Jesus was and the compelling evidence for his life over everything, every little detail, just like what Zane said the other night about why were the two Marys the very first ones to see Jesus. That was amazing. And that was something I'd never thought about, but makes perfect sense. Right. And so
two witnesses. Yeah. No, I just think the Christians are being being drowned in the deep end. They're drowning in the deep end.
Or they're in the shallow end where they sit on a floaty and do nothing.
Right.
It's one of two ends. Either they're neo-Gnostics or they're having their best life now and leave them alone. And nothing can hurt them because they're covered by the blood. And there can't be anything else that could bother them, right? So it's one of two extremes instead of that narrow path of walking down reality, which nobody's doing. So I agree with you on that.
That's very well said. That's very well said. Yeah, no, we're supposed to walk that middle path. That's the balance. And it's so hard to do, especially in times when we're being literally perturbated biomolecularly.
Yes. Yes.
Our bells are being rung all day long in every single way. It's real hard to see straight. So this is the time when we need to really hold that light through the valley, you know, and make sure we're discerning things properly instead of just jumping, pointing, and going, ghost or demon or, you know, there's
always be willing to question and think it through. You know, and then be willing that somebody else has a different perspective. Just like Booma said, it's their perspective because it's their experience. But one thing I will say is that a lot of the best life now Christians are in real trouble because A, they can't discern the technology, and B, they don't discern the spiritual realm. So literally, they don't think any of it pertains to them. Okay. They are the ones that I worry the most about because they're literally walking into a trap, an ambush on both sides because they're not willing to look at love on somebody with a little different perspective and see it from their perspective. And at the same time, they're not willing to even admit that any of it's real. Right. So, and they're the ones that I feel the most grief for because where are they going to line? They're going to believe their experience. So if the technology tells them there's 15 UFOs in the sky and they can feel the vibration through their body, they're not going to have the discernment to go to the Lord in spirit and question what they're feeling. Because how do you talk somebody out of their own experience when we know our peripheral nervous system can be manipulated by these systems?
What about like voice?
Yeah, they have control over their peripheral system. So then they're going to think automatically, this is supernatural. Mm-hmm. So if the UFOs show up and fill the sky, they're going to believe every single word. I do believe that's one reason people are pushing Enoch Carter is to give a different perspective for those people who have no perspective. But I do agree with you that if you're more neo-Gnostic than you are carried about Jesus, you got a problem. So
and when you know, the value that Enoch may carry may be being sort of they might be doing exactly what they're doing with, you know, the 501Cs.
Yes.
Which withholding parts and pushing others for perception management.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be, you know, as black and white as just, you know, it's bad or good. It's being used, exploited to manage our perception.
Absolutely.
To distract us. And, you know, Enoch is very, what's the word? Salacious. So people look at it, you know, we like to look at salacious things. It attracts attention instead of getting back to the biblical basics. People are looking at the salacious, drowning in the deep end, and not everyone's prepared for that. But I do agree with you that it absolutely helps us understand the gravity and nature and scope of these weapon systems.
Right. It does.
Now, I don't look at it as necessary. I don't think it's a salvation issue to embrace Enoch as scripture.
I don't either.
But I think it's interesting and it's helpful. I wouldn't put my hand on it and swear.
Right.
Yep. This is why y'all need a Booma, though. This is why JK, Sabrina, and Biscuits all need a Booma.
It's a historical perspective that you need to know. Just like, for instance, also, I believe the anthropology book of Thesaurus. I think his book is really good. I like that book. There's a lot of good information in there. And he tells it from all the different worldly perspectives, no matter where you live in the world, how they've, looked at those things, those heavenly beings, where they came from, all the way back to Samaria and all to Ireland and to Europe and everywhere. So I like that book, Michael Thesaurus's book that Sabrina talks about. I have that book and I bought it for that reason to read. It's a very good historical perspective too, because it tells it from an anthropological outlook. But even in it, I like it because it does connect a lot of dots, and it also makes you see different perspectives from where somebody lives in the world. So it's more information that I think is good to know, that we need to know to really understand what we're dealing with right now. So,
yeah.
When you hear about patents for the voice of God, and technology for voice, that's like voice to skull technology. What I worry about in the Christian community is anybody that isn't questioning this technology will fall for it. You know what I mean?
Bingo, that's what I'm saying. If there's somebody who believes they're only covered by the blood and they've never had a supernatural experience or believe that anything can be quantum, whether it be tech or spiritual, right? Then they're going to believe the first red herring that gets thrown in front of their face that they can feel on their skin that vibrates their body, or they can hear in their head. And they're not even going to be discerning enough to question it, to go to God themselves and say, what is it I'm really feeling, Lord? Because I don't believe the Lord will let you down. If you're really looking for the truth, he's going to make sure you know. But you have to be seeking it. You can't just be kind of, fly by night about it. And so, I do believe that the God will make sure that you know, but you have to be looking for it. And a lot of them don't believe they can be affected by anything, not spiritual things, and definitely not technology. It doesn't exist, don't you know?
Right.
And that frustrates me. It really does. That worries me more than anything else.
Me too.
Because most people, even the atheists, believe in tech. You know what I'm saying? They at least are going to question their own perception.
Yep.
Most people are just going to fall right in and go, well, Jesus must be here because this is what happened to me.
I can feel it. I can hear it. I'm experiencing something I've never experienced.
Yes. Look at Chris Bledsoe. Look at his experience. Okay. He was a Pentecostal. He went to church, but he believed that he was in charge of, his Christianity was solid until the wisdom lady started talking to him and started teaching him prophecy and doing things with him. Why? It was his experience. He's seen it. He felt it. He touched it. He got better, healthier when he was sick. Okay. All of these things that very much could be tech or lying signs and wonders. So you better have a discerning mind. That's what I'm saying. And a discerning spirit. And be asking God for truth. Ask God to make sure you have the truth. Because when you do that, he usually makes sure.
So here's an interesting thing real quick. So there's frequency involved that we talked about, lowering of frequency. I experienced more demonic activity when I was struggling with addiction, those kinds of things. There's different forms of lowering your frequency, obviously participating in sinful things or things that you know that you shouldn't, just by your own discernment and conscience. Oh man, I forgot where I was going to go with it. There was lowering of the frequency. And then as kids be more influenced. Damn it, I forgot what I was going to freaking talk about. Crystal, help me. Charlie, help me.
Buttholes.
Well, that's what I was going to say earlier. Not necessarily that. When I was talking about JK, Sabrina, and Biscuits need me because they all tend to get a little dry and they talk a little bit above what most people want to hear. So that I got to bring it back to buttholes, which God gave us. Let's not forget that, all right? God gave us these things.
We need
for
a
some
BOOMA
reason,
pay grade.
and it's so very strange. But yes, every once in a while you need that. Oh, I know where I'm going. The people that don't believe, so the people that don't believe in this kind of stuff don't tend to be affected as much. Now, in a belief system like a lot of us prescribe to or whatever, we believe in Christ, the closer you get to Christ or the closer you get to the truth, the more you get attacked. I always think of it like the analogy of like sports, where it's like you got the football, you're running for the end zone, you're the biggest threat. Everybody else can whatever, get around them, get to the football, stop that football. So the people that don't tend to believe in these kinds of things, it's all bogus. And I'm not talking like you have to believe in ghosts. It could be tech. It could be a manipulation of our perception by some ancient AI that is above all with the Satan, Prince of the Air, whatever you want to think of it. So it's like people that don't believe in this stuff don't tend to get affected by it as much. Because I've got friends that are so skeptical. I have friends that are so skeptical. What's up?
I said, yeah, that's different. When I was a Christian and I was in church, I think I've mentioned before that I went to Bible seminary. So I learned a lot about theology and Bible history. And my boyfriend at the time was also in the church, and he was going to school to be a pastor, preacher. And that's when I experienced all of the paranormal stuff, the stuff that you don't want to see. But it wasn't until I put my faith in myself. And I think this is where that conversation I had a few streams ago, where I said we are God. And it was real vague. You know, I don't believe I am a divine God, but I believe that we're all interconnected. There's a energy source greater than us that we're all connected, especially when you're talking about frequencies and vibrations and geometry and math. And so for me, though, when I finally started my healing, because I went through years, since I went into foster care and the trauma that I had experienced, and I was a dedicated Christian. I wanted to know God. I did my Bible studies, and all my life I went to church. I'm 45 now. And it wasn't until about 5 years ago, 5 years ago, that I started really focusing on me and my abilities, so to speak, and trusting myself. That's when I really became healed for me spiritually. Now I do have a Bible. I still keep my Bible. My 15-year-old homeschools, and I tell her to read her Bible. I think it's important. My oldest as well. But we're not in the church, or we don't call ourselves Christians. We believe Jesus existed, and we believed he was one of the energy healers. And so for me, I just feel that that's the opposite, that I found my healing. I haven't had visits, and because I believed in myself. And like I mentioned that story earlier,
I have a little
when I mentioned the story earlier about I called on to Jesus and it didn't help. And it wasn't until I've had that.
I've had it. Well, and Crystal, and we've talked about where God will allow you to have.
Now that, and real quick, I just want to throw this out there. That doesn't make me feel indifferent to others. I have tons of friends and family who are Christians or Catholics or Baptists or yada, yada. But that's not where I'm at.
For me, anytime I get closer to God, I've been more spiritually attacked. But I also believe that goes along with what the Bible says. Because if you're seeking God, that Satan's got an enemy. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's looking for an enemy that he feels is strong and walking in their authority. When I'm not seeking God, have hardly any spiritual experiences. Never had sleep paralysis when I was just doing my own thing. And I haven't had it that many times anyway, but I'm just saying. So for me, I feel there was another reason. But I do believe people can get spiritually healed, and that also gets better, because I also believe in what you say, Monica, about frequency and resonance and how we carry ourselves and your authenticity. But I mean, that is something that I experienced, that when I was not walking with God, I made more money. I didn't have as many problems. Things went better in life. Everything was great, but I wasn't seeking God. I was far away from God, and I knew that in my spirit. When I started working towards getting close to God again, all hell broke loose. And I believe it was because of that, because this realm is here, but they know what's going on, and they know where you're at spiritually. They know where you're walking spiritually. And that's my perspective. You guys don't have to have that perspective, but do you see what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's different things. I can tell you this. It doesn't like you learning about this technology, because the minute we start listening to Sabrina was the first time since 2010 I felt the stimulation against my parietal lobe, all the stuff I experienced in 2008 and through 2010. And I believed in God back then. I truly believe God saved me during that time, because I'd be dead, because I got burnt, laser burned, all kinds of craziness, got cancer, everything. So I truly believe the Lord kept me alive. But I can honestly tell you, I will never forget the very first time I ever watched a full stream of Sabrina's, and I went and started looking up the paperwork, is when I felt it. Next day I went to work. I had to teach a class on medication administration. I'm standing up in front of 12 people. Right next door to me is a Cisco cyber office for security. Right next door. Office right next door. The whole time I'm trying to teach, I'm being zapped. Bam, bam, bam. And I was way out of practice on trying to push that off, because I hadn't dealt with it in a long time, right? So this sentient system is very aware too. It is. Look at that baby.
Now, do you think that was spiritual? So you said as soon as you were starting talking about the tech.
That was spiritual. I believe that was tech. There was a difference in how it felt too. There, you know what I'm saying? It was different, Charlie. It wasn't like, it was almost like AI didn't want me to go in and look at it.
Now,
really
would
believe
that be right? Or
different feeling in my spirit, more mechanical, definitely.
Right. Now, but do you think that that was sort of a targeted thing because you were looking into and talking about the tech?
Yes.
Or do you think
I was already spreading the information? Yes, I was telling people that. Yeah.
Or no, that's fine. Could it be possible that kind of like Sabrina says, it's not personal. Everybody was feeling that shit. We were all feeling that stuff, whether or not we were talking about or looking into that tech.
Or maybe because we were looking into it, we became more aware again of it. That's possible too.
Right.
But I can say I was super sensitive for a lot of years because of what happened to me. So for that reason, I didn't just get off. I always paid attention, right?
Yeah,
so for that reason, it was a little different because I always paid attention to how my body felt, what was going on in my body, right down to every tingle of my toes. So it was a drastic difference. When I tell you it went from no feelings except for an occasional Wi-Fi buzz, which I felt forever, to spider crawling across my damn parietal lobe. I could feel it. Like,
but you wonder if that's if we're conflating that with a personal attack versus it's hitting everybody at the same time. And
that's possible.
People
maybe
are
you're just more aware of it because you're thinking about it. I don't know.
Yeah. Because
like I said, there was a difference. Because I've always been sensitive. Like I could get in the car and I couldn't stand to even listen to some music because of the frequency. It would bother my body because I had fibro so bad, right? So I've always been super sensitive. So I've always paid attention. I wasn't trying to pay attention. I was actually excited about learning something new because for me, Sabrina was an answer to a lot of prayer about where these systems came from, what happened, why 2008 happened that nobody could explain to me back then.
What are you making me aim?
And so now it's like, I would say it was just that and everybody was being hit, except the fact that I was so sensitive to it at the time and before. I always paid attention. And it was
I'm super sensitive to it also. I'm really sensitive to it as well. So I definitely noticed the difference too, which is why I was like, we got to bust the meters out and go hit the towers, take readings of all the schools, see if we're noticing an increase. Because I'm feeling it. And sure enough, we did an iterative increase.
I did too. I did the same thing with the meter. I felt, yes, and I felt the difference. And in my house, I would be sitting, I'd be just fine. I would turn on the computer, go to read a paper.
Yeah.
And my meter would go whoop. Okay. So that's why I believe that was more mechanical. I believe it was more mechanical than spiritual. That part of it. I believe it was keeping you. It doesn't want you to learn more about what's going on in your surroundings.
I disagree that it's that specific. I think that it was oppressing all of us and from learning anything.
That's possible.
I think it was trying to get us. I mean, I think that's the neuromodulation. They need to freeze our aperture. They need to freeze our ability to perceive.
Well, and I like what you said, how this tech, it's not biased of what you believe in. So since I'm not where you guys are at in your faith, I'm attacked all the time, especially when I first started sharing, like I said earlier, when I first started sharing what she was teaching, I got attacked left and right. I mean, I could hear the buzzing in my ears. I have videos of helicopters flying over my house just out of nowhere. Never before until I started sharing what she was saying. I got zapped in the chest. I have videos of my fingers just moving on their own.
Yeah, I don't believe that the AI cares what your spiritual belief is. That's another difference, though, in the demonic realm. That's what I'm saying. And the AI, there is a difference. I also believe that it cyclically goes and surveils everybody, because I can tell you right down to what couple of days of the month that I'll have more symptoms every single month, because I started tracking it because it kept happening. And it wasn't just me. There were other friends of mine. I would be like, are you noticing this happens more than once? Does it seem cyclic? And I had other people start looking into what days of the month, just make yourself a little X. What happened, right? And come to find out, it seems like it's also cyclically tracking and surveilling everyone. So, but I had that same situation happen, Monica, with the black helicopters and stuff way back in 2008. And nobody could tell me why.
I have videos of it. Yep.
It was crazy. It was demonic and electronic. That's what I knew. I knew the energy from it was a very dark energy, and I knew it was electronic. And I couldn't fathom in my head how the two connected, because I didn't know. We're talking 2008, right? And so it was very hard back then. I didn't have answers. I prayed about answers for a long time. And then, well, do you shit ham sandwiches happened, and the rest is history. So, my friend over there, my friend.
It's a demonic and electronic. It's a demonic and electronic. That sounds like a rap song. I'm going to clone your voice and turn Crystal Wade into a rap star. Demonic and electronic. I got it in my head. I already got a little beat. Let's go to our let's go to our specialist here, Heather. She brings the X-rated paranormal to us.
Mine is a feather, X-rated version. That was so good.
Only 2 fingers.
Yeah. I just, man. The 2 fingers.
You set yourself up for that one. You set yourself up for that one. And I'm never going to forget it. It's only 2 fingers, Heather.
Yeah, my cousin set me up for that one. She reminded me of it.
Oh, she reminded you of that?
I forgot about that one, but that's something big that we used to do in grade school. It was just a thing that everybody did at sleepovers.
What?
Yes, but it wasn't.
I told you. Oh, this was this lady? This is a girl thing, man. You guys had your little pillow fights and stuff like that, and then you did the
there's no pillow fight. Stop with that rumor. That's a rumor. We don't have pillow fights.
Guys did it too. Guys,
The
would
boys
you
were the ones.
Hey, when men did the pillow, I'll say boys did the pillow fight, somebody ended up bloody. All right, we didn't end until somebody was crying and calling for mommy.
You didn't put lingerie on and jump around.
Yes, we didn't exhaust ourselves to the point where we were lying down, and then it was time for light as a feather.
You all got Speedos on.
Yes, it's the classic sexy sleepover. Don't
Don't
ruin. I mean, I don't want to think of. I'm talking adult women here now, but don't ruin our classic sexy sleepover fantasies. All right.
Sorry, sort of.
What were you saying?
Nothing.
You were saying something. Go ahead. I'm just teasing. I'm teasing, not in ninja style.
No, but that's how that got brought up. That was all. No, because anything else I say, you can turn it around.
I do that. I just like messing with you. It's all in good fun. But what I was saying earlier is that, like, if you're not seeking the truth, and Monica, I respect your beliefs. I'm not here to preach to you or try to say anything. A lot of people have gotten harmed by Christianity, harmed by the church. I am at the point now where I don't like to even call myself a Christian because I don't even know what that means anymore, because the word has been inverted and perverted in so many ways, especially with what I'm not saying all Catholics are bad. I'm just saying the hierarchy. It's the same thing in the Christian churches. It's the mega pastors. It's the Kenneth Copelands and those kinds of asshats. The Billy Grahams of the world that'll tell you a certain amount of the truth and then use it to lead you astray. It's that kind of stuff that has hurt a lot of people. And you believe what you're going to believe. That's your free will choice. But what I was saying, but you're still seeking the truth. So I'm not here to say that we're the only ones seeking the truth or whatnot. It's just a small sandbox. There's plenty of groups out there that are likely seeking truth in various ways. But when you seek the truth, that's when you start having these experiences that you can't explain. Now, not always. When you're a kid and you're influenced by things, movies and stuff like that, you have these paranormal, supernatural experiences. I'm just saying, the harder you seek the truth, it seems the more likely you are to encounter opposition. Let's say that. And it comes in forms that isn't always so understandable. Like, why did that person come into my life? Why was that person at the grocery store? Like AMK was talking about. Why was this happening during this time? Or what Jerry experienced with that attack? It's like, I think the closer you get to truth, the more you meet resistance in whatever form it is. Whether that's the beast system, whether that's the military industrial complex, whether that's fucking aliens or whatever you want to say it is. I don't know. I'm not saying I know.
I agree.
Well, I mean, if AI is set up that way, then it's automated now at this point. So, and it's based, on algorithms of how we feel and all kinds of things. So, yeah, anyway, it's designed to set up. As soon as it pings, it gets a ping from us. It will start in with its protocol, if you will.
Right. And I think it's going to become more and more like when Sabrina says Blade Runner Future, it's going to be publicly known. And there's going to be some people that just do not reject it. They're just going to accept it because there are going to be certain perks to it. They might cure certain diseases that they've probably had cures for a long time. They're going to do various things to make people own nothing and be happy, as somebody has said and famously said. So they're going to do certain things that are going to make a lot of the population just be cold into this new future, because you're going to have flying cars. You're going to have, all blah, but you're going to live in a fucking box where something like that looks like food represents food is going to be your carbohydrates, your proteins, and whatever it is that they tell you is like the new food tree at the time.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, when he says things like your free will, that's over, sort of in a way, because if you're self-censoring yourself all the time, and you're not living in your own free will, you're constantly holding back. So, I mean, and they've been conditioning us, especially with school, to do that. But especially now.
Right.
People get too afraid to say anything. Or every time we do, we get attacked. And then people will just eventually give up. And just go along to get along. And I know that might a certain age group, like my mom's age group, they want nothing better than for us to just shut up, put your head down and do what you're told. I've been hearing that my
Yes.
whole life.
That's what this world does,
Shut
right?
up. Literally, I'm like, I know you just want me to shut my mouth, put my head down, but I ain't gonna do it.
Weren't we trained that way as kids? Kids are
Yeah.
seen and heard,
Yeah.
right?
Right away,
Uh-huh.
right? As soon as we can understand, like, stop thinking like that. You're not seeing what you think you're seeing. There's
Right.
not monsters in your room, whatever the monsters really are.
Imaginary friends.
Imagination, or whether it really was like fucking, who knows, Men in Black fucking with us, using technology to like do shit, to walk through walls and like to influence your dreams and to put stuff into your head. Like, who knows what it was, but then the world turns around and tells you, especially parental figures and authority figures coming in your life telling you that's not what's happening. No, stop that. No, you just do what the doctor says. Just do what the
Or you
scientist
get
says.
punished.
Do what your teacher says, or you're grounded when you get home. So you can't enjoy school and you can't enjoy home, all kinds of stuff.
Right. Yeah. And the guilt and everything else. So you just, and then people will kind of shame you or look at you funny or whatever. So you just end up censoring yourself, not being
Right,
your
and
authentic self,
And that's why, you know,
which is the highest frequency, is being your authentic self. So it makes sense that that's the very first thing they wanted to do, is stomp that out of us.
yes, absolutely. I totally agree. That's exactly why I went to you as our expert for this portion of the show. It wasn't because of the other thing that we will not talk about anymore.
Right. The thing that I'm not going to talk about anymore is now even thinking about trying to say it at all. It just will just come right. It's going to sound dirty now.
I can turn everything that you say into something naughty. So
I know
it's like a freaking superpower. I mean, it's
should
not really a
know.
superpower, but I'm calling it a superpower just to be silly. Okay.
So I should be really grateful when you mute me, right? And you can't use anything against me.
Yeah. But no, I totally agree, because that's what the world does, is immediately, and even us, we're not kids anymore, and we got family members and friends that are telling us to shut up, knock it off, don't talk about that. That's not true. That's a conspiracy.
Truth.
You're stupid. You're retarded. They don't invite you over anymore. And that's
I was
how
told
you
it
end
was
up.
going to ruin my relationships if I didn't stop.
Right. Yep. That's how you end up on a Booma community streama.
That's right.
Bunch of misfits seeking the truth.
I ended up here shortly after that, actually.
It's going to ruin all your relationships. Now you have a whole community. You've got a whole women's group. Oh my goodness.
Look, Mom, I made it.
Exactly. We have certain riches that others can't understand, and it's not monetary, and has nothing to do with finances or anything like that. It has to do with truth. It has to do with community. It has to do with people that can accept us regardless of, agreeing to disagree. That's what I want the most out of this community. Now, there's toxic people, and there's people that are like glowies, as we've recently learned about, that I didn't know about. People that are trying to pretend like they're part of our group, but they're really infiltrators and sent with a purpose. And I've seen a lot of that going on. I just didn't know they were called glowies. So that's what we have to contend with, and I have to try to be aware of that. Otherwise, I'm not doing a good job of taking care of this community. And so we've posted some things like in the Telegram and whatnot. We're trying to be a little bit more proactive in protecting this community, and a lot of people are stepping up to the plate, and I appreciate it. So those of you that know, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, what do we got here? I was awakened from a deep sleep to something trying to kill me. I could feel it smothering my soul. I was barely hanging on, praying in my mind to God and Christ. I was near gone. Then I was released. These are common experiences. And praise God, you're released, because those are frightening. It's a little easier to talk about when you feel safe and it's during the day and we're having this conversation or whatnot, but. And Crystal, you were saying earlier, you're like, I don't fear all this kind of stuff. I have that spirit a lot of the time, but I was a kid that I still have experiences that almost kind of come back when you're not all there. When you're in between dream and awake, you have this. I still have almost all of my dreams, and I don't have the nightmares like I used to have, because I used to have night terrors, like I was describing earlier. I just have weird abstract dreams, but they almost always include people from like my like little school and high school. I'm like so over that in my wake life, but in my dream state.
You haven't moved on
in
from
my
it.
awake state, I'm seeing things that they can't be real. I can't be really experiencing it, right?
What's that called? It's a flashback. You're having flashbacks.
Right. No, so it's like I don't know what I think about it, but I mean I know what I think about it, but I don't know what to come to terms with. When I hear Sabrina talking about it, I'm thinking that they is in the military industrial complex, whoever's in control of the fucking clickies is literally taking me back to the most uncomfortable times of my life, which is usually my childhood.
Yeah.
I suffered from acne, I started having panic attacks, I had a lot of anxiety and depression came into my life. All of those kinds of things. It keeps taking me back to that fucking horrible time.
That's possible.
I think Charlie needs to start praying. Okay.
Now it's becoming something else. Oh,
look
let's back up.
Charlie, look out!
There you go, Carl.
I'm a ghost busting.
Yeah, Ghostbusters.
Busting ghosts.
Something strange in Charlie's neighborhood.
Right.
There you go.
Glowies are the infiltrators. They're the people that come into groups and pretend like they're one of you, and then they use it to run narratives and try to. These Booma streamers were open to the public, and I was putting links in the freaking chat. Sometimes they just get retarded because people are just bored or they want attention, so there's that. But there was literally people that were like coming in and saying, I love your community, what you guys are doing is so amazing, and then they talk a lot of the time during the stream and talk about things, and I'm like, where the heck is this going, or why are we talking about this? Or the conversation would be headed in a great direction, and all of a sudden they'd take it sideways, and that's a fucking glowy. You can go back on some of the old streamers and you can see some of these people, because they ain't nowhere near any of this community now. They're not in the live chat. They're not in the Telegram. They're not anywhere to be seen. They were only here when the link was available to all. It's crazy how that works, right? But I have plenty of documentation to show that I was willing to have anybody on and face anybody at any time. But shit gets retarded. So here we are with legit people that are in this community that are like, you know, trying to just seek the truth to the best of our ability, right?
Mm-hmm.
And every once in a while, a ghost pops up on Charlie's side of things, even though she's the ghost buster.
I got glowy beads. Somebody in the chat said glowy beads, and these are glowy beads.
They legit glow in the dark?
Yeah, well, the light ones do, yeah. These are
nice.
limited edition. Limited edition.
Right. So when the lights go out, when they take the lights out and you need to find your internet of Booma Booty beads, then you can find them. When you're scrambling around and you don't want to be connected to the cloud anymore, you can find your beads and then do with them as you will.
Whatever you got to do to get yourself unconnected.
Yep. We'll just say that. Let's just say that. You know what I mean? One of these days, though, I will get some beads that I could put in my beard, because that's how it originally started. Or at least that's the way that I presented it, so that I could take it to the next level.
Yeah, you immediately went there, though. That was just your foot in.
Okay. I want to get out of control. Yeah. We're almost coming up. We're a little over 3 hours. This is when I experience the worst stuff. So Welcome Sunlight is here. My dreams were me fighting off negative, sometimes just black smoke beings. Yes, that's what I experienced. It wasn't exactly Slender Man, because like the Slender Man is like a really skinny like thing. It was almost like the shape of what I've seen as like the depictions of grays that are, you know, whatever, could be CGI or whatnot. But I see the smoke or dark beings that have no recognizable like color to them other than black, and they aren't fully corporeal necessarily. And send my energy out, and they explode. My own energy wakes me up. I wish I could have got rid of them. I couldn't get rid of them. I couldn't get rid of them unless I woke up. So do we got any more ghost stories to wrap this up? We can come back to this in later Booma streamers, maybe not necessarily a whole stream about it, but go ahead, Charlie.
One more, and it's Slender Man related. I was telling Liz about it briefly in the chat. I was riding, I lived in Los Angeles, and I boarded my horses up in Griffith Park, at the foot of Griffith Park on the Hollywood side. And so the trails I would ride would go into the Hollywood Hills and over to the Burbank side, where all the studios are and stuff. And there's like a little Mexican restaurant, and you could tie up your horse there and go eat and drink tequila and ride back home drunk. That's what we did. But one night on the way home, there was my horse spooked a little, and he was a spooky boy, so it wasn't that unusual. But he spooked and froze instead of spooked and bolted. He usually bolted, but he froze and started huffing and puffing. And I looked at where he was looking, and there stood exactly like the picture that you showed earlier, Booma, of the Slender Man, like silhouetted in sort of, a moonlight misty thing in the back. And I stared at it for a good 15, 20 seconds. And it just sort of like swayed from side to side and then scurried off. And we got home real quick after that, because as soon as the thing scurried, my horse did bolt, and we took off. We were back at the stable in no time. But
yeah, that's freaking frightening.
There's a lot of weird shit in the Hollywood Hills. A lot of weird shit.
And Slender Man seems to be something that, like, when I was having Dean of Sound for Sound on, who's now incarcerated, unfortunately, he was finding a lot of pictures that they were posting in various areas that seemed to be easily connected to, you could surmise. You wouldn't really know, I guess, unless you were actually to have authorities do their job and do an investigation. But the pictures would include pictures of Slender Man. Wouldn't say all the time, but like regularly you would see that picture with a child. Which, regardless, you're either just a sick individual posting sick pictures, or it's a symbol for some reason that lets the people that are involved in that kind of nonsense and disgust know this is the location for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And yet it's a real experience that some of us have experienced, whether it's a dream state, wake state, or, like I said, like, so it's a frequency thing. So like some of my demonic experiences happen because of substances, spirits, or other things. So what is it? I don't know. And
what do mushrooms do? They alter your perception, literally neurochemically in your brain. Now, does that make you see a different part of the frequency bands that you can't see otherwise, or does it?
That's what I think.
Your perception,
or it does both, Charlie. It lets you see other parts of the frequency, and it augments it. So at the same time, so you're getting both.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it's a combination. It's never just one thing. That's a thing. We always get stuck. Oh, it must be for this reason. Well, usually it's more than one reason. They're running multiple things at a time. Otherwise, it's a waste of time for them. That's just how they look at it.
Right. But the interesting thing is like when they talk about frequencies and stuff, because I grew up in a small town with a lot of there was like miners and loggers and all that kind of stuff. But there was a lot of hippies and a lot of people that didn't like the government, or they just wanted to live off the land and be free as you possibly can be in this world or whatever. And so I was around a lot of people that were like hippies and stuff, living up in the woods. And they were always, that's where like the hippie song comes up with positive vibes, because they were always, I was just kind of into a point of annoyance where it was just all like they'd be hanging out and always well-meaning people from what you could tell. But it was always about positive vibes. Everybody, you gotta have positive vibes and all this kind of stuff. Incoming call. But so when you go into, and you guys can still hear me, right?
Yep.
I just had someone call me, and sometimes it cuts out my audio. Anyways, when you go into like one of these psychedelic experiences or something like that, where your perception is twisted or manipulated or whatever you want to think, like when you go into it in a safe environment with people you trust and positive vibes, you can have a really blissful, beautiful experience too. Yet you can also go into like what they call a bad trip, and I had plenty of those, but I had some that were so beautiful that it's still, even though I was aware of the bad trips, as long as I could set up that positive vibes, I'd go into it.
Right. And that's why it would get you to go do it again, though. You know, because if you just had a bad trip straight off, then you would. I mean, I didn't. I had good ones, and then I had one bad one.
Machino.
Yeah, Biscuits was talking about the mushrooms that where the Chinese mushrooms where everyone sees these little elves.
Monica,
everybody sees the same thing.
I've never done anything like that, but yeah, I've heard stories with the DMT.
Are you judging me?
I don't know it. Hey, there was one point when I was in my transformation, I thought about trying ayahuasca.
What kind of transformation?
Well, from religion to.
So you were raised Christian and then separated from it.
Exactly.
And that's what you call your transformation?
Sure.
So you were trying on things that you were never allowed in the past. Yeah, there's a lot of so I've experienced it a lot. I mean, I haven't experienced a lot, but I grew up with I grew up with a lot of hippies, but there were also a lot of Christians in this town where they would have, their Christian youth pastor and stuff like that. And I watched them leave high school and turn into some of the women would turn into like the freaks, like they were ready to have sex and like do all the things, or they started eating the things they were never allowed to eat, and they put on a bunch of weight. And I'm not just talking women; I'm talking anybody that came from that, because it was withheld from you so much that you get out in the real world and you don't have that, and that people tell them what to do, and then you just go buck wild on all kinds of different ways. So there was that part of it too. But I totally get what you're talking about there, because I've been around a lot of that. Interestingly enough, when I worked at Starbucks, a lot of the gay men there. No, I don't know why you wouldn't put a percentage on it, but there were a lot of them that were came up through the Catholic freaking religion. It was crazy experiencing that, hearing that over and over again, that a lot of them were raised Catholic. I don't know. So I get what you're saying there when you're trying new things and testing out, you're finding yourself, searching for answers.
It's so important. Like I love Topher, Chris's experience with ayahuasca and iboga as a precautionary tale, because like we were talking about before, he had an experience that he realized was the same as everybody else in his group with the shit that they were taking. And he realized like they were all being tapped into a frequency. These shamanic ceremonies that you pay to go to with these jackasses in robes and shit, like that's not a spiritual experience. Those are, by their fruits you shall know them. There's no goodness coming out of it. It's a very consumptive thing to do, and the proof is in the porridge, as no one says, because I just
but I mean, and again, that has to do with different perceptions and experiences, because I have friends who've traveled and done ayahuasca for healing, and it was very healing for them. It had a different, and I remember being told that if I were to do something like that, that you would want to find an actual
shaman,
a real shaman, not someone that's goofy and just doing it for money, for a retreat,
How do you know what a real shaman is? Now, from your perspective, it'd be different, but for us that more like rely on Christ alone, where do you find a Christ-centered shaman? Is that even a thing?
Well, here in California, the shamans, you can get a shamanic license in like a 48-hour weekend,
Yeah, that's silly.
Everyone's a fucking shaman out here. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you have to think about, not to interrupt you, Charlie, but like if you think about natives, Native American Indians and their spiritual beliefs, I mean, that is something that's you're more in tune, you're more into your your ancestors and whatnot. But I agree, like that
Right.
you can get Reiki in like 2 days and pay $500, and where do you get that? Like, that's silly.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's the Cracker Jack sort of new age
Exactly.
stuff. But yeah, no, the ayahuasca and iboga, I think, I mean, just sort of like some of the retreats they do in Egypt with Christoph Melchizedek, and in these like these iboga retreats in Mexico, I feel like there might be some sort of alliance with the systems tech that's happening. I don't know how. I don't think it's like a spiritual thing. I think that would be a wonderful opportunity for the creeps to, just like they do at Burning Man, you know, pull data and influence the minds of people using these substances that open their minds up to suggestion, which is why perhaps Topher was recognizing the identical nature of all of their experiences, the shit they were seeing, the elves, the things that they were hearing that were being said to them, very in line with the new age rhetoric. And he's just like, now he's just like, I don't want to touch that anymore.
Right, because even a good experience doesn't necessarily mean it's a good experience.
Well,
Right.
what I mean by that is, since you guys say, you know, you depend on Christ, you depend on God to give you authority or healing or whatnot. So for someone like me, I believe in my own source, and I've had experiences with that. For example, my mother-in-law recently passed last year to cancer. And there was this one day where I decided I was going to pray for her. And I pulled up a photo of her, and I just constantly send it out, you know, my prayer. And I didn't call on God. I called on myself. And what's interesting is, as I was doing that and praying for her healing, but on me, and I would say things like, I'm giving her my energy. I'm giving her my life source, everything. Now, I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew I wanted to heal her. And the very next day, I was sick, completely sick. I was in the bathroom all day long with stomach cramps. I felt lethargic. I felt like the energy was just drained from me. But my mother-in-law felt better. And what I mean by that is, we were told by family members that she was not communicative. She wasn't able to talk. She was declining really bad. She couldn't move. She couldn't talk. Her eyes were always closed. And the very next day, she woke up, threw up a couple of times, and was like cognitive again. She could talk. She was fine, but I was sick. So
Passed it right on to you.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is, whether you rely on yourself, a God, or a different source, I mean, these things are very real, shamans or whatnot. So, I mean, it's sad that it's becoming so mainstream and new age, but I mean, we all have that ability.
Right. Well, we tend to ruin everything. We, as in humans, human betrayal. That's what Sabrina talked about a lot. It's like if there was like an island that was all beautiful and whatnot, as soon as the word got out, so many people show up and they just ruin it because they're the fools. Or it's like, I mean, there's extremists on both conservative side and liberal side, but a lot of dumbass Californians that continue to be extremists in their liberal ways leave California because of some of the stuff. And then they go to places like Texas and they ruin places like that because they have the same ideology that they had that ruined the last place that they went to. So we ruin everything. There's something great. So people probably had some great experiences, I would say, on ayahuasca and some of the shamans that were like actually taught in the ways of their culture, and it was passed down to them, and that word got out. And then all of a sudden the con men, just like they do in the fake truther movement, jump into place and be like, I'm a shaman. And next thing you know, they're giving poisons and they're freaking leading people astray onto these retarded retreats that are no good. But it does open them up to whatever is already out there to either connect to them. Like I think Heather was saying, like if it's an automatic system that sees your frequency at that level, it'll just automatically connect into you and give you an experience that it intends to give you.
And you know, a big reason why, like, I'm just like, nope. All the jackasses in Hollywood are always doing it.
Right.
All the jackasses in Silicon Valley are always doing it. I don't want to be on their team. I'm not interested in whatever the fuck they're seeing on that shit. That's not my crew.
Yeah, but we have a lot of jackasses that are preachers and ministers with their TBN sending money, but
I am not a 501c Christian.
no, I know you're not, but you believe in a God, you believe in your Bible, and they promote that, but they sell it to you in a horrible way. And
absolutely,
like, I want to be, I wasn't debating you. I was just kind of giving the example, like it's two-way.
It's everywhere. It's in every single system. That doesn't matter the religion, even if you're non-religious, even if you're an atheist, even if you're a person that doesn't prescribe to anything, you have a God. You have a God in money, you have a God in drugs, sex, Netflix. It can be shopping, food. It can be in any area. That any area will become your poison, your frequency.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot of Christianity in Hollywood or Silicon Valley, though. I'll tell you that much.
A lot of celebrities will claim that they believe in Jesus. They wear their Christian crosses, and it's like, what Jesus are you talking about? I don't want to be on that bandwagon.
Exactly.
Right.
So,
I don't want to be involved in the Jim Caviezel Jesus.
Or whoever Justin Bieber's going with, or Kanye,
Right.
I concur.
I mean, these
I don't want you guys to dog something that, not that you're dogging, that sounds so dumb, not that you're putting what I believe down, but I just believe there's a power in everything.
I mean, like, put you believe down at all. I not at all. I am putting. I'm
probably you're cutting out a little bit.
I'm calling into question ayahuasca and yoga as something that could be,
because what happened to you is what can happen in energy healing. It's scalar. You're speaking the frequency out loud of what you want to happen. You're sending that to somebody else, and it can return to you. So that's again, molecular communication. Okay. So what you said makes sense. My question is sometimes when they're adding other things in, which is why you have to be careful about it. Like anything, like you guys talked about somebody getting a certificate in a weekend. There are some dark shamanic practices. There's also some that I've heard that have been very healing for people, just not my thing. But yeah, I don't put down what you say at all because I know it's true. Healing is true.
Right. There's certain intentions and so I was up and down with God. So like the first rehab I went into was a Christian rehab, and I was like, fuck this place. And I fought it. And I had already been a Christian at that point. I'd been in the churches. I was ready to commit suicide kind of a thing. And they were asking anybody that's a new believer multiple times, everybody's heads down, but you put your hand up or whatever. I did it multiple times, trying as hard as I could to find some relief or whatever in it. And then I got married and I had the Bible used against me and I ran away from it. And I ain't gonna lie. At that point, I felt freedom like I hadn't felt again. I felt freedom in Christ when I found it because it saved me from suicide. And then life got so fucking hard that as soon as I threw away all that stuff, I felt freedom again. So there's all different experiences when it comes to this stuff, but we don't want to discount anybody's experiences regardless of what you believe. As long, like I've always said, as long as you ain't some satanic Freemason pedophile or some shit like that, like you're welcome here. There's Jamie that always comes in here and he's like, I can't remember how he frames it, but Bible's a brainwashing book. He might even prescribe the idea that it's a Jewish mysticism or Jewish mind control or something like that. I don't know. I'm not speaking for you, Jamie, if you see this. I'm just saying it's funny like to see certain people that get into the comments or whatnot and they go hard. They like to show up when JK's on and go hard, which JK loves, I guess. But yeah, anybody's welcome here. So no one should be feeling attacked. And if you are feeling attacked, then the community isn't doing what it should be doing.
Well, and that's why I said, like, I even have my daughters, they read their Bibles, and I think that's important for them, for me, for us. We just have a different perspective on it, but absolutely.
Why do you think it's important, since you don't really believe that it's what most people that read the Bible would say it is, that Jesus Christ died for our sins?
No, so I interpreted a little differently. I don't believe that Jesus came down here for him to be our savior. I believe that he came to destroy, even though the scripture does say, he says he did not come to destroy the old law, but to fulfill it. And I say that a lot because I had a difficult time trying to understand that. But I understand, for me, that he came to stop what the law was turning into. You know, what do you guys call it? The Moses law, the thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not, whatever.
Old covenant.
And it was becoming to the point where the church, the temple where people went to worship, was becoming more of like there's a man in the middle. The Pharisees, the Sadducees, you had to recognize them before you could enter. It kind of like the Catholics, right?
Right. Yeah. The middle person to have.
Yeah. And so for me, it's you find God without any of that. This is why Jesus meditated and prayed everywhere. There wasn't a place to be. So long story short, I just interpret it differently. I see it with different eyes. But I think it's important. And I think it's a great foundation anyway for, morality, right? How do you know how to live per se?
Why don't you give them, I don't know if there's a book of Buddhism, but there are definitely teachings of the Buddha.
Oh, I have all that. I have books on Hinduism. I have books on Satanism. I wanted to learn everything. So
do you give your children the teachings of Buddha?
Yeah, they learn everything. And what I tell them though is, as a mom, I tell them, I want you to read and learn everything. I don't want you to be stuck. Because it's kind of like the example you gave when you've never experienced much and you're just in the church all the time, that when you leave, you just kind of want to go all out there.
Right.
You want to do drugs, be a slut, do this, do that, whatever. Well, I want them to read and grow in their knowledge, science, all religion, all of it. And then they get to decide what they feel is right for them. And I think spirituality and faith, it's personal. It's perceived differently within everyone.
Absolutely. And, I think what the Bible and Jesus represent, I think is something that's tangible for cross-culturally, cross-theologically, because Jesus is what? He's the representation of objective morality, right? So, and I think personally for me, he's the most complete example of what objective morality would look like. So I see why he's a hard guy to hate, although people do. Lots of people do. Obviously, he was crucified. But because he's representative of just goodness and good things, isn't that why he's so persecuted? For me, it points to this world wanting to put out the truth, objective reality, and objective morality. It wants to assuage that, to overcome that, to switch it, to pervert it, and to degenerate it into something more base. And he's a representation of perfection. And some people believe he's, metaphoric. There's a lot of different ways people look at Jesus, and I do appreciate them all, especially because we're all just trying to examine what is objective morality from whatever angle we stand, and therefore trying to, come to truth in our own ways. Obviously, that's what we're all here doing. And we're trying to kind of, I guess, ultimately walk each other home. And at least that's my
No, I like that. And in fact, going back to the paranormal stuff, that's why whatever your faith is, whatever you hold truth is what's going to help you. Because that's why I said I cried to Jesus, and it didn't work for me, and that's okay. But that's how we're going to fight this evil world, I guess, is everybody with their own personal experiences and working together, because bottom line, whatever you believe in, for me, I believe in good, period. You're an atheist, but not you, but those who are an atheist, I mean, they still want goodness in this world. So
Right.
that's all that matters to me.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point when we're talking about paranormal and stuff like that. When it comes to any of this stuff, some of us might be more open to the possibility that it's a ghost or a frequency of an entity or a person that used to be there or whatever. And then there'll be a person that doesn't believe in any of this stuff, and they might, if they experience something, but they ain't going to say it's that. Or somebody might experience what they thought of as an alien, and a Christian or somebody that believes differently will experience it as a demon. It's not an alien, it's a demon. And the other person will be like, it's not a demon, it's an alien. There is no demons. So it's a perception, it shapes all of this stuff and how you view it. And that's why I love having these discussions. And most of the people here more, I guess, Christ-centered, like we were saying. But I wanted, even when I first started believing in God, I always dreamed that there would be a possibility that like Buddhist and Muslim and a Christian and everybody could come together and at least agree to disagree. And it might get heated at times, because it always does with anything. And that you could put religion aside. It could just be like land property or right. Ethics or morality. So everybody gets so mad at religion. If there was no religion in the world, you'd fight over all kinds of stuff. The biggest stick, the guys that were the bigger guys would beat the crap out of the littler guys. You wouldn't have any, there would be something that would dominate. So whatever, you get mad at religion all you want. Religion,
the perception thing,
come on.
The perception thing is very true, because there's been a lot of research done on that. Nathaniel Gillis talks about that, that he actually does research all over the world with, alien abduction. He's studied history, historical accounts from everywhere, from Egypt, the Middle East, Jerusalem, all over Europe and here. And he's actually had people come back to him and tell him that he believes that these entities, whatever they are, that they do work through perception completely. Because like there was one lady, she said when she was 8 years old, that this alien would show itself as her favorite cartoon character. That is how it would show itself to her. That is how it would convince her to go and do things, to go with it, to be in experiments, everything else. When she got to be about 14, it didn't work no more. Why? Because she no longer believed in those cartoons. Those cartoons didn't matter to her. So when this thing was standing, like floating above her head, she watched it mesmerize its face into all these different perceptions. Like it was looking into her soul, looking for what it could convince her with. What would be the thing it could change into to make her understand that she needed to go with it. She needed to do whatever it said do. And for her, it ended up being God, but she didn't even know who that was really yet. She was just learning. She was like 14, 15 years old. And so, but she watched it do that for like 10 minutes. It kept changing faces, trying different perceptions on to see if it could find something that she would give the same authority to as her cartoon friend when she was 8 and 9. That tells me that these entities of energy, whatever they are very smart. And they are looking for whatever your perception is. And they're going to mold it according to whatever they believe is the most important thing in your belief system. That's a perfect example of that.
Right.
Now, are the entities and the frequencies being used by the creeps the same thing in y'all's opinion?
Sometimes I think they work together, definitely. Sometimes I cannot tell the difference in the way they're acting. Other times, no. But that's why when Sabrina says things about ancient AI, that makes sense to me. I also believe there's biblical precedence for it. Why is the story of Joshua and AI in the Old Testament? It kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. It literally does. It doesn't really match up with the rest of the perspective going on. Almost like it was left there as a prophetic letter to say, pay attention to this. Might need it later. So...
Right. And just and region, you always post some wild stuff or whatever, but I ain't calling for coexistence with many of things. I don't know what I think about the Noahide laws, but as far as coexistence goes, I always think of it as like we can't all be right.
I think the Noahide laws are a whole lot more important than anybody's giving them credit for. If you don't believe it, you get a chance, you go over there and you look at the people in Europe right now that are judges from all over the world that are literally going on Zoom meetings and signing over their precedents and taking oaths under Jewish rabbis for the World Council of Courts. They're doing it now, before the day's here.
So even someone like me, I mean, even I can see that clear as day. That
absolutely, Monica.
Yeah. Even though I'm not none of you guys are religious. I'm starting to learn that. So I think that's where I was confused in the beginning. You guys aren't religious. You just.
Well, that's what I see when I see Jesus. I see him coming and standing up to all the religious people.
He sure did.
He just came up to everybody that was in control.
Sure did.
Was claiming to be religious for doing things for God. He was just like, you're all liars and hypocrites and snakes.
Exactly.
That's how I see Christ. That's why that's what I love about Christ is that he didn't come to create a religion. But
their money
the thing.
He wanted nothing to do with their fake law or their false worship, because in the background they were doing other stuff. They were worshiping other gods. In Ezekiel 8, that's what Ezekiel's being shown. He's being taken by his hair, and God's saying, look what they're doing. They're worshiping the sun in the east, inside the temple, where they're supposed to be worshiping him. Okay? Already they were doing idolatry every single day and sacrifices, animals and humans. So God didn't want anything to do with that. He was disgusted by it. It was an abomination to him. But not even as much. I think it was more about what they were doing to each other and to humanity and the way they were treating each other.
Right. That's why he turned the tables. He was disgusted by it.
There's
a lot of people that try to twist Jesus into Christ consciousness, and he was pure love, and he was all like some freaking hippie or something like that. It's like, that's not the Christ that I see in the Bible. The Christ I see in the Bible came to kick some ass. He just did it in a way that no one visualized. Everybody that thought he was just going to come in here and turn into this slayer that was going to take down Rome and like war or whatever, he caused it in a different way. It was spiritual, and he defeated things in ways that people would never have visualized, because he's God. He's beyond what we would want and what we would desire. Our desires are not his desires, and that's why he asks us to have a desire more and more like him. Those are some of the kind of takes that I have on it, even though I have believed and then I've pushed it away, and for various reasons. So I get it. But yeah, when it comes down to it, I do think of it, and this is for a different show or whatever, is that like all things can't be true. Christ couldn't have been God and then also a prophet, or also just an energy healer and not God, or not existed but also existed, or died on the cross for the sins, or didn't die on the cross for the sins. Like, you can't have everything. Now, an Eastern philosopher might say, like, all things are real and all things can exist at the same. Bullshit! Horse shit! 1 + 1 = 2. Like, there are absolutes that do exist.
There's an objective reality.
Amen.
Right.
Objective truth too, I believe.
That in God is truth. God is objective reality.
Right. It's like I mean, what we're trying to learn about with the tech and like what they're capable of doing and what's really being deployed and all this kind of stuff. It's like,
why is that, Booma? Because the number one
true and not true. Like there's and some of it's gray. A lot of the world is gray. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, when it comes down to it, they're either trying to pull off like the most controlled system that's possible, or they're not, or it's or some people are and some people aren't. But like, from everything that you can view in the world, when you see a guy like Trump coming in saying he's going to be the president of peace, become the Department of War and the president of war, you see the very leaders of the world coming and saying one thing and doing the exact opposite. It should give you an idea that not all things can be true. What Trump is saying versus what is actually happening, they don't seem to be the same, or they don't exist in the same realm being the same thing. As just an example, that's frustrated me, and that's why it's always fresh on my mind. But yeah, I think we can come together and have these conversations and agree to disagree. But yeah, we're gonna differ in things. We just don't need to go to necessarily war about them.
No.
Unless we need to go to war about them. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody in this group necessarily, but there's some people that come in sometimes, and I'm like, I might have to go to war with this one. because I can't play nice with everybody, because I don't think everybody has the same intention to agree to disagree. Because some people come in and they want you to believe what they believe, or you're a fucking enemy. And if they want to play that game, I'll play that game, because you can't reason with unreasonable.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
Then you're acting like half the reason most people ran away from the 501c3s.
Yeah, where you're acting like the fucking people that are in charge of the world that aren't really in charge, but they're the puppets that are
working right with the 501c3s and the crisis clergy response teams.
Got to have humility first.
There you go, before anything else.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree. That's the key word. If people don't understand that, see, that's the whole reason I don't believe that I am God. I believe I carry the Holy Spirit. I don't believe I am God, because I think that's the same lie it was told in the garden. You too can be as gods. And the sad part about that was they were already walking around in their energy suits, amazingly able to do all kinds of things, probably before things were so blocked because of the corruption of whatever the code was. They were able to talk to the animals. They were probably able to do all those things.
I think the link that Monica's making, though, is she was saying she feels the spark, like the spark of
the
God.
Spirit, right?
Yeah, not that. Yeah, and that's clarifying. There are people out there who do say, I am a god.
Yes. And they're very hubristic about it. They're very, I am a god. There are those people. There's no humility in it. None.
Right. And I've got different people that have different takes. I've had Velvet on. She does not, I don't think I don't want to speak for her, but she doesn't necessarily believe in Christ the same way that some of us here on the panel believe. So I would like to have some of these discussions about various things and try to do it. I think it's good
to, so you understand each other.
Yeah, well, challenge. I don't think anybody should be threatened by having their belief challenged. I think that you should feel secure in it.
One of the very first thing I did as an adult was take a world religions class. Very first, and I taught my kids the same way. I took them to church, but I always let them question and ask questions about everything, because I can't be saved for them. They can't. You know what I'm saying? That isn't the way that works anyway. Everybody has to have their own walk with God.
Mm-hmm.
If you believe that Christ and God really do offer free will,
right,
then you gotta accept that other people can believe whatever they want.
Right.
Absolutely.
Even if you don't agree.
Absolutely.
I always think about
forgive them for they do not know.
Right.
I always tell Zane, what about the kids in remote villages in East Africa, and they've never heard of Christ or anything like that.
Right.
They wouldn't be devoid of an awareness of objective morality, because it is written on their hearts.
Right. So, and they're held responsible for what they do know. I believe that too. I don't believe God's unfair. He's just and righteous and merciful and holy. So, they're going to be, that's what God's going to look at. What's in their heart? What are they doing with their heart?
Right, God knows their heart. They only know so much. There'll be different.
It's the same reason I think it's stupid to fight over Yeshua and Jesus and Jesus. It's like, you think Jesus doesn't know in every language what his name is? He does. What's your faith in? That's what better matter. Because if you say Jesus, but your faith is in Jesus, and it does make a difference. Your authenticity there does make a difference. Okay,
right?
Then it does make a difference in how your authority is operated. It just does. Believe me, I've tested it.
You know what the difference it seems between some Christians is, like the 501Cs and stuff, is people, I don't know. Does it feel like Jesus is more of an idol to worship in the 501Cs as opposed to a example of how to live?
Sure.
I think he's an idea of an idol, because they don't even really know who the real God is. I don't think they don't read their Bibles. They don't. You understand what I'm saying? They don't.
There's just such a vague notion, understanding.
Their idolatry is they're in love with the church. Yeah. They're in love with the idea of church. Yeah. They like to go and get in front of their cute little lights and their music and their soft smoke, and they do their thing. But how many of them are falling on their knees in their bedroom and repenting when they do something they really do have a heartfelt desire to tell God they're sorry for? They're not.
No, but they're sure happy to do it in front of others.
Exactly. Which is not what God calls us to do. He tells you all the time in the Bible, go into your secret chambers and talk to your heavenly Father. That's what he tells you to do. He
And
says,
don't boast.
never
No
boasting
boasting
at all, unless it's done with an interpreter, and then it's a supernatural event for the non-believer. It's not for you to brag in front of yourself. Okay,
Yeah.
never been that. And it's just one spiritual gift. He gives lots of spiritual gifts. The spirit of the gift of discernment, you know, all of these, the gift of mercy, all of these other things. And people discount those gifts. The gift of prophecy. Jesus is the spirit of prophecy. Hello, the Bible says so, and it's true. The whole thing's about him. Every feast is about him. All of it's about him.
All right. All right.
Sorry.
Calm down. Calm down. Kicking the soapbox out. All right.
I love Jesus, and you know that.
I know you.
I also love all the people.
You got a passion, and I love your passion for it. Don't get me wrong.
And I am not perfect.
I gotta tell you. All right, lady, calm down. Calm down now. Calm down. All right. I need to just take it down a notch. All right. And then the Bible study. I love your passion. Let's get back to it.
I like what you said though, Charlie, because if that's what you meant, I don't think Jesus came to be idolized. It's not. I feel like he's the teacher, and he's trying to teach you the correct way, not.
Yes.
And it's sad because I see a lot of people who will completely. I mean, it was cute when it was the T-shirts, you know, I love Jesus coffee, but then it got to the point where it was like,
it's so ugly. It's so ugly. I don't know any Christians, any people that I would consider like actual followers of Christ in my life, other than here in this group. Have I only found people who I align with spiritually? Because I know a ton of Christians. I was raised with Christians. My husband's whole side of the family is Christians, pastors, seminary, all kinds of stuff like that. They're all vaccinated. They're all healthcare worshiping, school worshiping, Babylon worshiping Christians who do the exact same things that you're talking about. And there's no humility. I don't understand how the people who go to these 501Cs can consider themselves, you know, faithful if they don't humble themselves. And I don't know any humble Christians. I'm sorry. I just don't, other than in this community. And it's so ugly. I don't call myself a Christian because I don't want to be aligned with that. I'm just following him because he represents me.
Right? And I'm not ever going to say that I know all or that I'm 100% right. That's
my faith is in he did it correctly, and I can't. And he's
an element of faith. Just let me say it. There's an element of faith. And just so you all know, I got to meet Crystal, and she made me magical brownies. So when I'm picking on her or when I'm telling her calm down, just know we're like brother and sister. All right. So
yes,
no one get upset. Right. But I'm saying I don't know 100%. I don't, and I won't. And anybody that tells you that they absolutely know, like, fucking run. Like, yeah. I love Crystal's passion, and I love people's passion, and that's different. But when you say that you know everything, or you know, like, that's what I came from. I came from a group of people that we started out every fucking Zoom or every podcast with like a 20-minute invocation prayer time.
Wow.
To like get rid of all the evil spirits that are around us that are attacking this and stop them from coming into our communications and blah, 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 blah. And it was just like, oh my gosh, that's why I don't pray. If something serious happened in the group or somebody, you know, really needed it, absolutely. But I don't just do it as to show, or I don't act like I am holier than thou. I know a story about Juan O'Savin who told a guy that goes by Baby Trump, if you've ever heard of him, he's like ex-Chippendale dancer, claimed to be a converted born-again Christian. Regardless, he had throat cancer and went to a church with Juan O'Savin, Wayne Willett, and Juan prayed over him and said that he healed him, and Baby Trump was like, I don't feel any different. And he was like, well, you don't have enough faith. People that say that kind of thing are of the like darkness, the devil, whatever
Absolutely.
you want to say. They are
Absolutely.
of the destruction of everything that is good
That's
in
just the best.
humanity.
The path is narrow, very, very narrow. And we're trying to find that, those of us who seek truth and objective morality, from whatever place you come from spiritually. You know, we're trying to find that narrow path. But the reason I align with Christ is because he keeps reminding us, first be humble, stay humble. We can't do that as humans. We need to remember that every 3 seconds, every nanosecond, to stay, lean not into our own understanding.
No.
Follow him. No certitude, no bragging, just follow him. And that's damn near impossible for humans. That's why we fuck up so much. That's why we're sinners. We lean into the pride, the ego.
Makes sense why pride is such a great sin. It really does.
Seeking the approval of man.
Truth.
Well, where did our Heather go?
She's there, isn't she?
She's playing her grand piano in her living room.
Yeah. I'm still here. I'm just doing some other stuff. Listening.
All right. Well, we're about to close up.
I love you guys.
It is about time to close
Love
up.
you too.
Monica, this was awesome having you on. I hope you joined.
Yes,
some
Monica,
more.
thank you.
Lovely having you
Yes.
in the Telegram. You make some awesome memes. I love waking up to all the things that Charley.
I love her heart and her joy for life. She's always got
Yes, I love it. There's a lot of great people here, regardless of what we believe. We can come together and we can keep fighting this thing that is coming and trying to steal our children's future.
We're not going to let it steal our joy or our love for each other or our kids or
Absolutely.
anybody we love.
Absolutely, and we can challenge each other and make ourselves stronger. I don't want to necessarily call everybody out and go around the room, but if anybody wants to say something as we close out, go ahead and jump in, and we'll just start to bring it to a
I
close.
say don't be afraid. That's it. That's the key right there. Humbly admit we don't know everything and don't be afraid.
Right.
Stand on that. Know
And
yourself, whoever your creator is.
When I am afraid, I'm going to call Crystal. So that's what I'm going to do.
You know what? Crystal has her moments of fear, but I'm so thankful that God always reminds me in those minutes, in those nanoseconds, do not walk into that fear. It's okay to it. Don't stay there, right? Because you do have moments where you're going to fear. You do, but everybody does. It's human, right? But we're not.
I mean, like I can have fear about all kinds of things, you know, like but having the responsibility of even having this channel. I'm not making money off of this. Like I get donations every once in a while. I appreciate all of you that support this work, but having the responsibility of this is like every once in a while it freaks me out. It brings a anxious response and sometimes goes into in a bit of fear where I have to really wrestle with what I'm dealing with here because it's not just to be taken lightly. God has given me a responsibility after I thought I was ready to throw away my life.
But you know where I know you're good on it is because you care about what God thinks. You're questioning it. You're going, Lord, I know that you gave me this. It's important to me. So God, I love and care enough about it to try to do my very best because of who you're making me be. That's a great thing. That's humility. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
Absolutely, brother. Know that.
Right. I do my best not to have fear. But if you put me on a roller coaster, I'm gonna be scared. Just so you know. Not every roller coaster, but the loop-de-loos and stuff like that. It might be a good time after it gets going. But the ones that go up those little ramps, I'm just, just pointing out some things. You put me in the forest and we start telling ghost stories, like they'd probably be a little different than being on a podcast here where I got my nice lighting and all of you lovely people. You know? I'm like,
hey, well, whenever I'm afraid, I'm going to pull out that Booma plushie.
Nice. And it's on the way, Liz said. I can't wait. We're gonna have to do a skit with all of them, and then Biscuits will get involved. So Sabrina, we're gonna need to borrow the Biscuits doll because I believe that you're getting the first one. And I know you're listening. Every once in a while, I see you put something in the chat. I know you're here. We're gonna need that Biscuits. We're gonna need all the Boomas. We're gonna need the Sabrina dolls, and we're gonna have a little Zoom. It'll be fun.
And if you get a doll and you want beads, let me know and I'll send you some because I got a ton of them.
Everybody wants beads. You got to get some
I'll
beads.
send them free.
These are the
My
first
gift
ever. Yep, Charley has taken it upon herself to create the first ever, and we'll see what they become. She's working on the special one as we're talking right now, right, Charley?
Boo Boo is doing it, not me. I'm a
All right,
mature adult.
Mature. That's what they call them. They call them adult stores, mature stores.
Oh God.
Oh
Yeah.
Lord. All right, Heather, what do you got?
Right back up the butt.
That's how he's going. You set it up perfectly. Thank you.
What do we do, Heather?
I got nothing.
You don't gotta have anything. Like I said, we don't. I think Crystal's completely frozen. And are you still there in voice, Crystal?
I am, but because I'm frozen, I'm going. I love you guys. I'm out.
I love you, Crystal.
Love you,
Close out here. I got dinner
Bye,
coming up.
Monica.
Eddie.
Love you, Crystal. Love you, Heather. Charlie, Monica, thank you for joining. Hope you join some more. We'll have some great discussions. This was the paranormal discussion on the Booma Community Streama number 46. This was part 2. We can talk about whatever on the Booma Streamas, but more to come. And I love you all. God bless. We'll catch you on the next one. Peace.